you can definitely tell, well, that's it. That is UY Scooty. And then I matched it with a, star field so I said, cool, that should have probably been in the article.
The
It's
nice
a
thing about monthly
very
magazines is
interesting
you get a
target.
new chance every month.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to if the treasures of the Milky Way is very much like, then I got plenty more Milky Way and plenty more treasures to dig up, go find, and write about. So maybe we will put that one in the in a later article. I will see to that.
Many pages to
But
fill in the future.
that's excellent. So yeah, well, that's part of being sick is you get a chance to start working on ideas for things like that. You don't sit around idle and wish. I actually did step to a dark sky park and image. You saw some of those pictures too, where I decided to try out some camera equipment to see if I could get some deeper sky imaging, and it seemed to work. So I get to play with that once I come out fully recovered.
Excellent.
So yeah, looking forward to watching this. I know I get to come on later, but this is it's already a star-studded lineup with all of you gentlemen here. Um, and then it keeps going right into the evening. So this is gonna be a good one. I will I will be stepping away so it's not to detract from all the wisdom and knowledge on the screen here. I want to soak up myself. And David, just so that you know, I will never forget May 24th, 1993 ever again. It is in my calendar so that I know every year it comes around to look up at Jupiter and imagine a comet, a squashed comet running into it.
Yeah.
So that is a new yearly anniversary in my calendar.
Well, that's good to hear, Adrian. But
Yeah.
Adrian, what exactly happened to the comet on May 24th of that year of
It
93?
was spotted by a couple, Carolyn and Eugene Shoemaker, and they had a young fellow astronomer with them, um, person of liter who could also write very well, but loved chasing comets. And
Except I'd like to
he when he saw it,
clarify a bit. May
trying
20.
to remember. Whoop, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, the discovery was March 23rd, 1993. May 27th,
Okay.
1993 was the
Did
announcement
I say May?
of the collision.
I'm blaming. I believe I put March in
And
the calendar.
July 16th, 1994 was the first collision. But thank you
Okay.
for Adrian.
Well, we will make some corrections. I think I have the correct date. I just stated it wrong here. Because I looked it up before putting it in the calendar. So I think I just stated it wrong. And then use it July 16th. I'll put that in.
Well, we've got a great program. As Adrian Bradley was saying there in the background behind the screen of this giant black hole that's devouring the universe. So, um, welcome to the 165th Global Star Party Beyond the Horizon. If you are tuning in for the first time, then you can go to explorescientific.com/G for global, S as in star, and P as in party, GSP 165 and it will take you to a page that will show you the speaker lineup, and it'll give you a chance to click on various channels, whether you like YouTube or Facebook or Twitch. We're on all those channels, and so anyways, let's take it away here.
We can't hear you, Scotty.
How about that?
That's better. Thank you.
Much better. Just wanted to wish everybody a warm welcome to the 165th Global Star Party. Our co-hosts are David Levy and the Astronomical League, this time represented by Don Nab, and Astronomy Magazine's David Eicher. And so we're all very pleased. David's not sitting in his chair, but that's okay. We are prepared to show you an incredible lineup of speakers, and it's going to be especially exciting to me because I went a few months ago, not too long ago. I went to the Vatican Observatory. This is with the Alliance of Historic Observatories, and met Brother Guy Consolmagno for the first time. And I had seen him give a talk or two before, but not to actually kind of sit down and meet with him and talk to him. And it was interesting to ask him questions about, being a Jesuit and being a research scientist, and his take on how science strengthens his knowledge of faith and vice versa. So I think that we're going to have a great talk with him. He comes on at 8:30 promptly, and so David, I'm going to turn this over to you, but thank you for sharing all these global star parties with me. It's been fun.
Well, thank you, Scott, and it's a pleasure to be here among such dear friends, Scotty, Dave Eicher, and my friendship with Dave has gone on for decades and decades, almost since Astronomy Magazine was founded in 1973. And we have a lot of fun stories to share together. Our friendship has been up and down. It is definitely up right now, and it's one of my closest friendships. And then there's Don and Kareem from Canada. And of course, Adrian, who observes the Southern Cross, and Tim. And welcome all. I wanted to know if any of you saw Comet Atlas. I know that Steve Edberg, also a close friend, did see it, but it was very, very bright, just I think the day after perihelion in daylight. I got two maybe views of the tail, one a few nights ago and then another one last night, but it was just a glimpse. And so I have to say it's a maybe. And that brings my total, since of all the comets that I know I've seen, plus maybes, I think it's up to 237 comets right now. Today, I do want to preface my poetic reading with a little bit of unhappy news. I found out yesterday that Charles Morris died, a very, very well-known comet researcher, one of the most famous amateur comet researchers in the world. And I believe he died from a heart attack, and he died very suddenly. And for my poem today, which I'm dedicating to his memory, some of you might have, in my generation, might have known of a singing group called the Byrds, a beautiful, lovely group that came up with wonderful songs. Mr. Tambourine Man, they took a lot of Bob Dylan stuff and turned it into their own music. But my favorite Byrd song is Turn, Turn, Turn. And the reason it is my favorite is that it comes word for word from the book of Ecclesiastes. And here it goes. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to break down, and a time to build up. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to seek, and a time to lose. A time to keep, and a time to cast away. A time to rend, and a time to sow. A time to keep silence, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate. And finally, a time for war and a time for peace. Thank you very much, Scott. Back to you.
Thank you so much. And I can hear the song in my head right now. So, thank you. Our next speaker is going to be coming from Don Knabb from the Astronomical League. Don is been with the league for, Don, how long?
Well, I've been active nationally for, well, since I started working on the GSP. It's 2 or 3 years ago now. Time flies when you're having fun.
Right.
But I've been involved in my local club since like 2006 or so.
Very
So,
good. Very good.
I met Terry at Green Bank StarQuest, and everything has flowed from there.
Yeah. Terry Mann, a
Yep,
big force in the astronomical league.
she sure is. Yeah.
Yep. So what do you got for us today?
Well, I'm going to do a quick review of what's coming up in the night sky. So let me do a screen share
Okay.
here.
All right.
Just maybe 10 minutes or so. It should be much more than that. Should be seeing that now. Let me hide the control panel so I can see what's happening here. All right. And I will do the slideshow from the beginning. Coming through?
Yep. Coming through.
Okay, so late January and February 2025 night sky, a few of the highlights. And I'm going to mostly look at things with either naked eye or binoculars because it is so freaking cold in February. But so first of all, mention AstroCon. This is in June. This is the Astronomical League convention. We're back to Bryce Canyon, a wonderful place. You can find information at the Astronomical League website. There are a few rooms left, I think, at Ruby's Inn, but it is filling up fast. So get your plans going. I'm going to be there with my wife and I and some other friends. So get it set up because it's going to be something not to be missed. Beautiful skies and great presentations and wonderful people to be with. So make your arrangements soon. And I also want to mention next Friday, Astronomical League Live comes back on Friday the 7th. And I'm looking forward to this. Now, Tim Reinert, I met him last summer at Green Bank StarQuest. He gave his exact presentation, and John Goss and I were there, and we both said, we got to get this guy on AL Live. And so I got Terry in touch with him, and here it comes. But Tom's not only very knowledgeable, okay, he was former Dark Sky International president. He and his wife were camping on the same field with my wife and I, and they're just simply nice people. So I'm really looking forward to Tom's presentation next Friday. So a couple things I want to always highlight: the night sky guides that John Goss, past president of the league and current media officer, gives. These guides are free for everyone. They are posted on the website, and I'll show you how to get to them. But he always puts a sky map and adds a couple others. In this case, it's Mercury, Venus, and young moon to look at in the evening twilight at the end of the month. Another one to observe the crescent of Venus. So these are great guides. So how do you find them? Go to the Astronomical League website, easy to find, to search for it. Scroll all the way to the bottom, and then you find this little spot down here, Navigating the Night Sky, and that'll bring you to this page, which is all the night sky tools. And there are many, many, if you scroll down, you can download for free. Every month, there's new things added. So it's a great resource the league provides. And, you know, this looks like it's a sky map, but this is actually much more than a sky map. This is actually a guided tour that John gives you here. So if we find the numbers, number one, almost anyone, even the beginners in astronomy, can find the Big Dipper. That leads you to the North Star. And he says, then face south, turn around, look straight up and find the brightest thing overhead. That's Capella. From there, you can take a leap to Perseus, another leap to Cassiopeia, back to Capella, down to Castor and Pollux. So what John does here is actually walks you around the sky. This is a great opportunity for beginners to learn the night sky. South of Capella, we go down to Orion and find some of the objects around Orion. And if we go and use Orion's belt, we can find Aldebaran, a bright red star, the Eye of the Bull in Taurus the Bull, and the Pleiades. And if we go the other way, we can get to Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky and a member of the Winter Triangle. But there's more. Don't buy yet. There's more. So he starts now with A. If we find A, which is here in the middle, right close to Jupiter, we can see the Pleiades. And this is what they will probably look like in binoculars for you. Then he goes up to between Persea and Cassiopeia, which we now know how to find because he guided us there earlier, and we find the double cluster. From there, we go to M31, the Orion the Andromeda Nebula. And you can get there by using these stars in Cassiopeia to point the way. Then we go down to the Orion Nebula in Orion, of course. From there, we can use that guide to get you to M41, which is just south.
Mm-hmm.
That is the little beehive. And then the last one is the regular beehive in Cancer the Crab. So this is about what it might look like in your home telescope. Maybe you won't have this color that I have here in the Orion Nebula, but these are all great things to find with binoculars, so you don't have to get too cold setting a telescope up. The moon, so on February 6th, we'll have the lunar straight wall. And on the same night, the moon is close to the Pleiades. Last month we actually had the moon occulted the Pleiades. I tried to photograph it. It's very hard to do because the moon is in such a bright phase that the Pleiades were almost difficult to even see. I'll be a little better on February 6th because the moon isn't quite as close. So planet viewing is the main event right now, I would say, because you can see them with your naked eye. It's really a source of joy, a source of awe. You step out on in your yard. You can look to the east, to the west, and see Venus setting. You can look straight up and see Jupiter, and look to the east and see Mars. So it's a great time to see the planets. You'll need binoculars to see Uranus and Neptune. And if you wait to the end of the month, you can also see Mercury. And if you want to see the 8th planet, look down with your feet to see the Earth. It's going to be hard to see all of these on one day because we have to wait till the end of the month to see Mercury. And by that time, Neptune and Saturn will be really probably lost in the glow of the fading sunset. But it's not many months you can see all of the planets in the sky. And if you haven't seen Neptune on February 1st, here's a great little guide to help you find it. Neptune can be a little tricky to find. You can use an automated telescope, but it's a lot more fun. You got the thrill of the chase to find it on your own. So Venus, the moon, and Neptune line up. If you zoom in, you also have 2 stars that can help guide you to star hop to find Neptune. Mars is shining in the east. It's so bright red. It's wonderful to see. And it was an opposition in January, so this is a great time to find it. Easy to find, right near the twins, Castor and Pollux. So naked eye things I like to look at in the wintertime when it's so cold, won't be out for too long. The winter triangle, and that is Sirius, Betelgeuse, and Procyon form a nice triangle in the sky. A larger asterism, probably to my thought, is the largest asterism in the sky. If someone can come up with a larger one, I'd like to know what it is. But it's a huge area of the sky. So we would start at Capella, go down to Pollux, Procyon, Sirius, Rigel, Aldebaran, and back to Capella. So this is the winter hexagon. It is a huge area of the sky it covers. It's fun to point out to friends and family. Another big naked eye object or binocular would be Perseus, the Alpha Persei cluster. It's an open cluster, but usually we think of open clusters to maybe be in a ½ degree. This is actually 3 degrees, so it's like 6 full moons. So it's a large cluster, and right in the middle is Murphak, a yellow-white supergiant star. So a beautiful cluster to see, naked eye or binoculars. We talked about M44 on John's sky map. So a little tricky to find. It's in the middle of Cancer, but if you use Castor and Pollux and Regulus and go about in between with binoculars, the beehive cluster will stand out. There's no doubt. This is a professional photograph. This is one I took of my sea star. This is more like what you will see in your binoculars, but you can see the stars line up. They're all the same stars here, but you won't see this kind of color in your binoculars. You don't see much color in my sea star image, a little bit here, but it's a beautiful cluster. It's great to use to show people at early spring, late winter star parties. Another nice cluster was also in the sky map is down here, M41. This is the little beehive, okay? And Walter Scott Houston wrote for many, many years, Deep Sky Wonders. He talks about seeing curved lines in the stars at M41. Not being visible in photographs, but when you look at it through your telescope, they should be prominent. So here is a professional view of the little beehive. This is my shot with the sea star. Again, here's that bright red star in the middle that he talked about. And you can sort of see some arcs. There's an arc, it's an arc here. So I want to go out later tonight and take a look, see if I can see any of these things that he mentions. And while you're in the area M41, we can also go up here. Not far away are 3 open clusters, M46, 47, and NGC 2423. You need binoculars to see these. You won't see these naked eye. Telescope would be perfect for seeing these. And so here's M47. You can see it's a pretty dense cluster, a lot of stars. It must be fairly close to us because by comparison, M46 must be further away because there's even more stars and it's a denser cluster. And I'm not sure if you can see, but right in the middle here, there's an interesting little object. And I'll point that out in this section I blew up. And that is a planetary nebula.
Oh, yeah.
NGC 2438. Okay, so you'll need a telescope to see this for sure. But there it is. And how else can you find if you don't download the Astronomical League guides? Every month, skymaps.com puts up a free sky map. It's nice because it lists through the month on the left-hand side of the sky map what you can see. And on the back side, you can see it lists naked eye, binocular, and telescopic objects. Another one of my favorite tools is What's Out Tonight. Both these are free. Every month they update them. And What's Out Tonight doesn't have a day by day, but it does list the main things you can see and supplements just general information about astronomy. So there's lots of resources out there for naked eye and binocular observing during the winter time. So get your clothes on and get out there and enjoy the crisp winter sky while we have it.
Absolutely. Yep. So, Don, we should also talk about the AstroCon that's coming up for the league in Bryce Canyon.
Yep. So that is at the end of June, and you can find information about that. Just go to the Astronomical League website, and there'll be a link there to take you to the AstroCon page where you can register. And if there are rooms left at Ruby's Inn, you can get rooms. If not, I'm sure there are other places to stay, but that would be the best place to stay. There'll be a lot of activities. There'll be workshops. There'll be tours, night sky observing. So it's going to be a wonderful event. I'm really looking forward to it.
Very good. Very good. Well, that's wonderful. We have a large live viewing audience right now. I wanted to recognize all of them. And a lot of interesting conversations going back and forth as well. So if you have a question for one of our speakers as we go along, don't hesitate to put it down. We'll try to squeeze it in. We have a lot of speakers tonight. But that's it for right now with the league. Any other last words or?
Nope, just come back next Friday to see AL Live.
There we go.
With Tom Reinert from the Dark Sky International, previous president.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, John.
You're so welcome.
Okay. All right. So we are, I should have this memorized by now, but our next speaker is Kareem Jafar. He is a professor at John Abbott College up in Canada. He is leading the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, I guess from the Montreal Center. That's where he's from. But I think he's kind of over most of the outreach that's going on with the RASC organization. And we always love to have Kareem on because he has interesting stories and interesting lore to tell us every time. And so, but he's going to give us an update on what's going on with RASC right now.
Hey, Scott. Hey, everyone. It's great to be on the GSP. Scott, the fact that you keep putting these together with such amazing lineups and staying on and hosting. I had a student come by my office yesterday
Mhm.
and they saw on my schedule that I block off Tuesday nights. And they saw that it's blocked off from 6:30 my time until about 11:30. And they said, wait, are you seriously partying for 4 hours, 5 hours on Tuesday? What is this global star party?
Yeah.
And when I described it, they were like, oh my God, I could actually just sit and listen to astronomy all night on Tuesdays. And I said, whenever we have GSPs, and if we don't, watch them on YouTube. They're all archived. There's 164 that you've missed. Catch up from now. And they were stunned that you have continued to put these together. And I mean, I'm appreciative. I think we all are.
I'm appreciative that the presenters come in and regularly do things like yourself, Kareem. It is it's an honor, and it's so interesting. You know, if you ever gone to a big star party, there's usually kind of a hangout spot that you go to. And you'll hear talks, or you'll meet people that you always wanted to meet, you know, in amateur astronomy. And so we try to recreate some of that here on the Global Star Party. So, and we do things that can only be done this way because you can't get people from all over the world together in the same house, so to speak, you know, without, you know, the miracle of the internet. So,
Absolutely. No, this has been a pleasure to be part of this.
yep. Okay, well, I'm going to let you take it away. Thank you, Kareem.
Perfect. Thanks, Scott. And hi, everyone. So this evening, what I wanted to share with you, what I wanted to spend some time talking about was a conference that I attended this past weekend. And it's one that I've attended many times in different, I don't know, you could almost say like different setups, different organization routines, because it's a student-run conference. It's called the Canadian Space Conference, and it's run by the Students for Exploration and Development of Space. So when I saw Scott last week put forward this idea of beyond the horizon, that exploration is wired into our brains, we want to know what's beyond. I was ready for this conference this weekend, and I emailed Scott right away and said, I want a spot Thursday night because the people who I'm hanging out with this weekend, this is exactly their theme. This is how they approach all of the work that they do in student design teams, the outreach that they do, the inreach that they do, and the way they even approach their classes and their internships for those that are in co-op programs. So I wanted to share a window onto what the Canadian Space Conference was this past weekend. Now, as always, in the RASP Montreal Centre and for my own outreach, I always start not just with a land acknowledgement that we are on unceded Indigenous lands here in the Montreal area, but also that we share the sky with all of the Indigenous peoples, First Nations from across our area here in Canada, but also ancient cultures across the world. And a couple of weeks ago during GSP 164, I talked a little bit about the wolf moon and the spirit moon, but something interesting happened yesterday that made me want to just continue this part of the lore just a little bit longer, because right now we are in this wolf moon. The next moon is the snow blinding moon, as it's known from a couple of the First Nations. And typically these moons, the names represent what is happening in nature right now. But as you can see, this picture that was taken by Roger Hyman on Saturday of the waning crescent. The waning crescent is now tonight very, very, very slim, just a degree or two, because tomorrow's the new moon. So we are currently at that threshold where nature is kind of changing what it's showing us. And last night, we had snow squalls with winds up to 100 kilometers per hour and snow falling and just flying all over the place. And looking out the window, once I was safely home, I thought, yep, it's snow blinding moon time. And so we see these connections in the nature around us that the Indigenous people captured in the stories and the names. And so I was really happy this past weekend that there was a professor, Hilton Nelson from out east, that came and spoke a little bit about some of these First Nations legends and talking a little bit about kind of the two-eyed seeing that I spoke about in past GSPs. I also want to mention that our Rask Montreal Center has our next public event on next Wednesday, February 5th at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, and it's a YouTube live stream with Guelph Physics. We've been doing these annually now this is going to be our 5th year doing them. And the great Orbax from Guelph Physics co-host with myself. And this time around, we have a speaker that I think a lot of our GSP audience is not going to want to miss. Brian DeLauder had a incident early on, I don't know, about a little while ago, and ended up confined to a wheelchair. And his love of space brought him to work on a design of a telescope that would be more accessible for him. And he realized that this is something that could be useful across the world, especially with the idea that he had that you could just create these 3D designs and make them available, and people would buy whatever they need to make this work. So he's created a 3D bank on GitHub of designs. And in Guelph, he has actually created a loaning library for telescopes to be able to be shared for educators and outreach people. And so he's going to share with us a little bit of his story, some of his designs, and talk a little bit about his experiences in outreach. Now, again, my main thing that I want to talk to you about tonight is the Canadian Space Conference. And it was a 3-day event starting on Friday evening. And it's run by post-secondary students, for post-secondary students, and supported by industry, academia, and local governmental agencies, as well as a lot of the space enthusiasts in the area. It's part of the SED's mission across the world to try to share and promote some of the student work being done. And so the SEDS Canada has been really active again after a little bit of downtime where there was no SEDS in Canada. But since 2014, they have been incredibly active, and I've been privileged enough to be part of a lot of the work that they've done over the last 6-7 years now. And we're looking to even enhance some of the work that the RASC has done with them. The organizer from 2 years ago, Tala Aburisk, I've been crossing paths with several times. She worked this summer at the CSA. She was part of the amazing high atmospheric balloon projects launches that they've been doing through Timmins, Ontario, and Manitoba area, right on the border there. And she took photos this weekend, and she was kind enough to share them with me today so that I could share them with our GSP audience. Now, Concordia University and Space Concordia were co-hosts, and the keynote on Friday night was Lisa Campbell, who's the president of the Canadian Space Agency. Now, I don't know about you, but normally when I go to keynotes, the speaker is at the front, they're giving our presentation, they're answering their questions, and it tends to be fairly, moderated in that fashion where it really is, a sage on the stage speaking to the audience. Well, lo and behold, when the question and answer session started, Lisa was like, I don't want to be up here. I want to be in amongst you. And she came into the audience, talking with people directly as they asked questions. At one point, she even sat down beside one of the audience members and had a chat with her for a little while. And one thing that I love is you see there in the front, turning back and looking at us and smiling at what Lisa's saying. That's actually my nephew, Nadim Musa, who's part of the University of Calgary student design teams. And so he had come to Montreal for this conference. Lisa also joined us on a big conference photo that we did right there in the actual keynote room. And you can see here, she's at the front. Beside her, on her left is Adam, who's the president of SEDS Canada. And you have most of the organizing team right there at the front. And then all of the participants and audience that you can see straight there through the back. On Friday evening, we had a industry expo, and all of the sponsors set up booths to talk to students and to share with students a little bit of the projects that they're doing and the types of things that they are looking for internships, for future positions, and for projects that they want to fund and support. And we also had a lot of student groups that were showing off some of their rocketry, some of their satellites, some of their CubeSats, some of their projects that they're working on in fuel cells. And we even had a few groups that were former students who had spun off some of the work that they had been doing into new technology. And then with the RASC, I had a booth there, and it was literally nonstop for almost 4 hours answering questions about the observation of the night sky, because that's not something that a lot of these students get a chance to do from the engineering and technology aspect, where they're really focused on their projects and their build designs. Finding out what the RASC centers offer, what amateur astronomy has to offer to these students, both in terms of showing them the night sky that they want to explore, but also in giving them a platform potentially to take part in some of the outreach so that they can share their passion for space exploration and space development with others. And that was a key part of my message during the weekend. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Saturday's session was incredible. It was a long day, and then it was ended by a Yuri's Night event to kind of celebrate our exploration of space, starting with Yuri Gagarin. And it started off in the morning with Dr. Olivier Hernandez, who some of you may remember I had spoken about. He is our planetarium director as well as the director for research at the Espace pour la Vie, which is our big science museum conglomeration here in the Montreal area. After him was Andrew Higgins. Now, Andrew at McGill is a interstellar propulsion researcher, and I've had the fortune over the last year and a half to really get to know Andrew, and now I'm on part of two of his research projects, one of which I'm helping to coordinate observing of some of the balloon projects that he's doing. And the other is still kind of in its infancy, but it is going to be moving forward soon. So he was talking to the students a little bit about the challenges of interstellar exploration. Then we had a panel from the IIAS, the International Institute for Aeronautical Sciences, and they were individuals who've done microgravity flights, that have done analog missions, and you can see them in their flight suits there. And they were talking about the experiences themselves. And the panel was moderated by Hassan Hussein, who is our speaker coordinator for the conference. And then later on in the afternoon, there was even an arts dialogue with space panel where we had 3 local artists, including the one who's shown here speaking, Bettina Forget, who's a past RASC Montreal president. And they were talking a little bit about the work that they've done on that border between artistic exploration and expression and their view of space. And Bettina actually runs the Artist in Residence program at the SETI Institute. So she was able to talk a little bit about the way in which they've coordinated that program. One of the things that I do want to point out is not only were the students really, grateful and enjoying these presentations, whether it was researchers speaking, whether it was from outside of your traditional approach to science and space exploration, or whether it was other students or former students, current recent alumni presenting, they were not just attentive and appreciative, but the setup allowed for the questions to be asked in front of everyone or informally afterwards directly to the speakers with networking sessions. Sunday was the day that I was a bigger part of. Sunday was our closing day, and it was a lot of Canadian Space Agency content, which was fantastic, as well as a lot of researchers and outreach individuals who got to speak more about what it means to kind of communicate but take part in science and astronomy. And I would be able to talk for ages about each one of these presenters. We were really lucky to have Isabelle Tremblay, Ken Budowalski, as well as former astronaut Dr. Marc Garneau, who was also a politician, part of the cabinet for the federal government here for a little while in Canada. And Giovanni D'Alessio from MDA Space gave a really nice presentation about where we are at right now with some of the new work being done in their satellite systems division. Isabel was incredible when she presented about the work that they are doing on Earth observation and trying to make some of that data accessible. And she wanted to capture the moment of being part of this conference. And you can see the smiles on everybody's faces, knowing that the speaker was just as happy to be there with them as they were to be there with her. And I was really happy, not just because I was in the audience and getting to listen, but also I had a group of current students that haven't taken astronomy yet with me, a couple of students who've recently taken astronomy with me, and several of my alumni who've come back for the conference. And so it was wonderful to see kind of this mix of experiences from the Jack Astro team, the ones that have been part of my RASC outreach over the last 8+ years. My presentation happened as well on Sunday morning, and Dr. Loic Albert from the Institute for Research on Exoplanets, the Trottier Institute at Université de Montréal, spoke just before me and made a joke about, us old guys being given the Sunday morning. And it was funny because the Sunday morning is difficult, especially after the Yuri's night on Saturday night. But as you can see, everybody was really focused and paying attention and listening in on the messaging that we were trying to provide. For him, it was about the James Webb Space Telescope and the amount of information that's available now for students to work with. And for me, my approach was twofold. I wanted to talk a little bit about what RASC has to offer, but I also wanted to bring them to an understanding of what citizen science is, because citizen science isn't something that's covered traditionally in the curricula at university. And so I wanted to make sure that they had a real clear view of areas of citizen science where they can participate from now. So I started by talking a little bit about the new role that I have that Scott was alluding to. I'm now the chair of the National Education and Public Outreach Committee here at the RASC. And in this capacity, we've been working on many new activities. I've been on this committee for 5 years. We've done a lot of really cool projects and ideas and activities, but we've got a few new ones that are just about ready to be up and running, including a revised program for introductory visual astronomy, resources that we are putting together. Ron McNaughton is actually leading this, putting together a group of resources for new student clubs just starting out. And this was really neat because during the SEDS talk, several people came up to me and talked about having just started clubs a couple of years ago. During the last RASC presentation that I had given, they were really encouraged to start to set up clubs at their schools. And so now I can connect them with Ron and we can provide them with some resources to get them started and get feedback from them as to what's the best way to deliver this so that more and more clubs can form in some of the smaller colleges or the high schools where there are really interested kids, but they don't always have the mentor available within the teaching faculty in those schools. We're working on some beginners observing activities. And then the big new thing that we're putting together is a set of citizen science initiatives. And that's where I spent most of my time on Sunday speaking about citizen science. And it's kind of neat that Scott started us off about the Andromeda photo, because that's how I started off my discussion on citizen science. I talked about the new Andromeda photo that had been put out by scientists showing that incredible high resolution imagery of this neighboring galaxy. And then I spoke about how this came from an initial photo that was published about 10 years ago from all of the Hubble information. And that Hubble information put together this wonderful set of images. And the Andromeda project was actually what led to this big thing, because the Andromeda project was a citizen science project to try to get the galaxy pictures identified for star clusters and ensuring that you're not mistaking a background galaxy for a star cluster. And they had planned for, about 50 users to give about, 1,000 or so views. And, you could maybe get, 7,000 views if you're lucky and observations. And they were really optimistic for the first 16 days that they would get a good number. In those first 16 days, they got 1 million classifications. And so they extended it by opening it up for another 9 days. And over those 25 days, they ended up with 30,000 volunteers participating in this Andromeda project. And that allowed them to identify 2753 star clusters in the Andromeda galaxy. Now, part of the reason I wanted to talk about this was to show how amazingly passionate people can be about a project if they get a chance to contribute to science. And the other part was because I want to be part of this idea of this Hubble challenge to try to get people to understand the richness of the observations we've received from the Hubble Space Telescope. So I started with a Hubble observation set with the Andromeda project, and as I'm going to show you in a few minutes, I actually ended with a set of Hubble images that the participants could learn how to play with. The next thing that I talked about, I used Adrian's amazing picture of the winter hexagon that Don just talked about.
Wow.
This was from Okitex a couple of years ago. And Adrian had sent me this and told me that I could use this picture for my classes and for outreach. And I've been using it a few times for a few different reasons, but this time around, it was specifically to tell the student audience and the researchers who were in the audience and the Canadian Space Agency members and everybody who was there and listening that we don't have these skies anymore. And so I introduced them to Globe at Night, and I talked to them a little bit about the benefit of doing these low moonlight campaigns, because the current campaign had just started, and the third campaign coming up for the 2025 year overlaps with Earth Hour. So I'm planning with the Education and Public Outreach Committee to try to put together a set of informative materials and hopefully a presentation to explain why Globe at Night is a valuable citizen science project to be part of. And we have a light pollution abatement committee here in the RASC that's working with that as well. And when you go on the Globe at Night website and you look at the map of observations, and this is for 2024, you can see an incredible number of observations in North America, which is it really is wonderful to see. If you zoom in, you start to see that most of those observations are happening south of the border in the US and close to major cities, which is important. But when I zoom into the corridor along Ontario to Quebec, where most of the population seems to live, the Toronto area has some observations. Niagara Falls has just a couple. Kingston has some. And then there's a group around the Montreal area. And that's my students, because I've been doing this for many, many years now. Every year I have the students go out and do these Globe at Night observations. And then a few of them are other individuals who learn about Globe at Night and start to participate in it. But then if you look out west, there is almost no observation. So I wanted to share this citizen science project with the audience because it was a national audience. And I wanted them to recognize that they could start to capture some of the changes that we're seeing to the night sky. And then I showed them that if you start getting students to look up, if students start looking up, they will continue to look up. And they'll recognize the difference when they are in suburban skies and darker skies. And my students still send me the pictures that they observe in these different skies. And then I talked to them about the Observer's Handbook. Now, the Observer's Handbook by the RASC has an incredible amount of resources. But one of the recent additions is from Scott Young from our Winnipeg Center, who started putting in some additional asteroid occultations that could be viewed from different parts of Canada. And he drew my attention to this earlier on in January, that this Wednesday, Asteroid Vista is going to occult a specific star, TYC 826-00637 in Leo, and it's a visible occultation that we could measure if we're along that path. And you look at the path, and the path passes through a few cities, just north of Calgary, through Winnipeg, through Ottawa, and then just south of Montreal. And then it passes through a few different parts of Northeast US as well. If we can observe this occultation, hopefully we will see, a really good occultation transit curve using some photometry, and we can use AstroImage-J for this. But we could also, and this is what's kind of neat, is if we want to, if we observe and we can do it with enough precision, we might have a chance to see if this asteroid has rings, because we might be able to see a dip on either side that is actually something that we can pull out from the data. And this is why asteroid occultations, minor planet occultations, these are all important for observers to start paying attention to. And in our Observer's Handbook, page 244, 245, 246, 247, you have minor asteroids or main belt asteroids versus near-Earth asteroids, and what we might be able to see as occultations with a map. So these types of citizen science projects are part of what we want to start getting out into the consciousness of RASC astronomers, of the amateur astronomy community. But I also wanted our participants for this workshop to leave with something in hand to show the benefits of citizen science. So I spoke for a little while about JunoCam, and I showed them some of the findings and some of the discoveries that have occurred by doing citizen science processing of the JunoCam images, the image sets that come through. And then I walked them through a really nice view of taking a slice of one of these images and being able to draw out the storm behavior and how, if we watch the storm perijove after perijove along the same set of belts, we might be able to see the evolution of some of these storms from JunoCam's perspective. And then lastly, I ended with talking to them about the James Webb Space Telescope images and talking about the difference, as you'll see here on the left, between the Hubble image and the James Webb Space Telescope image, when you can really pull in that infrared behavior.
Incredible.
And I left them with a set of image files from the Hubble Legacy Archives and from James Webb Space Telescope, and a walkthrough of a process that you can use in order to actually do these for yourself. And so that was what we worked through within my workshop on citizen science as part of this space exploration or student exploration conference of space, which, I mean, it was just, it's motivational, it's inspiring to hear the students see their projects and then recognize that what we're doing in the amateur community, what we're doing in the outreach community is now the next thing they want to be part of.
That's
and
awesome.
so a lot of the students have said, you know, they would love to be part of the workshops we give, the talks we give. And I'm hoping in the next few GSPs to bring Adam, the president of SEDS Canada, in to talk a little bit about some of the projects that they do. Scott,
Wonderful.
back to you.
Kareem, thank you so much. John Ray, watching on YouTube, says, in engineering, I utilize Machinery's Handbook. Now that I'm retired, I always use the Observer's Handbook. So nice plug. Thank you.
Fantastic.
All right. Thank you so much, Kareem.
My pleasure.
And we'll see you on the next Global Star Party.
Sounds good.
Okay. Great. Our next speaker is none other than David Eicher. He is a co-host of the Global Star Party. He is the editor-in-chief of Astronomy Magazine. He's one of the leaders and on the board of directors for the Starmus organization, which is coming to America here in the not too distant future. So he's got an interesting talk tonight. It's about his love of the ninth planet. And so, you know, I still think of it as a planet. What do you
I
think?
do too. Clyde would be proud of you, Scott.
Yes.
Nicely done. Yeah.
That's right.
Excellent.
They're not taking it away from me.
No.
So, David, thank you so
Scott.
much for
And-
coming on to Global Star Party, and I'll let you take it away.
Thanks, man. And I want to talk a little bit about an event. There are lots of events now coming up now that we've turned the calendar page. I will share my screen, I hope, and I hope to share the right thing. And I will start a slideshow and talk a little bit, not so much about Starmus tonight, but about an event that we're going to have in Flagstaff coming up in just a little more than a couple of weeks now. There's a festival that is held, sponsored by Lowell Observatory each year, called the I Heart Pluto Festival, that coincides roughly with the anniversary date. Now we're looking at 95 years since our old pal Clyde discovered Pluto. And so this is an event that now spans several days. It's grown a bit, and I wanted to talk a little bit briefly about it. It's too bad that our co-host David has left us. He's going to be here with a bunch of speakers, and it's going to go from February 13th to the 17th this year, close to the Pluto discovery date, but not exactly on it this time. So I Heart Pluto, as I mentioned, celebrates the legacy of the discovery. And we don't need to get into the whole, you know, Pluto's a planet. Well, the Lowell people certainly believe it is. And they would not put astronomers into the realm of deciding planetary science. That's all I'll say about it right now. So anyway, this is an annual event. It's a lot of fun. The main event we're going to have on that Saturday night of this run of days, and it's at the Orpheum Theater where Clyde famously went after he discovered Pluto that evening to see Gary Cooper in the Virginian. So it's now kind of been retooled a little bit. It's a club. They usually have bands in there now, but they show movies as well. So we're in the same space where Clyde cooled his heels after the Pluto discovery, coming up on a century ago almost now. We'll have a panel discussion at the Orpheum that Saturday night about astronomy and a little bit about, well, a lot about Pluto, a little bit about sci-fi. We'll have 3 special guests in our discussion that evening. It's going to consist of David Levy, of course, who was a friend and biographer of Clyde's, Alan Stern, who was the PI for the New Horizons mission. He's spoken on the GSP a number of times. And Adam Nimoy, the son of the great Star Trek actor Leonard Nimoy. And we're going to talk about astronomy with him and also about his father and about Star Trek. Many of us, of course, are Star Trek fans, and some of us who are old now grew up on the original series as a kid. So that is emblazoned into the memory. You can see for ticket information on the iHeart Pluto Festival. And by the way, the night of discussion here I just mentioned at the theater is actually a separate ticket. So there's a ticket for everything and then a ticket for the evening discussion. But iHeartPluto.org is the website to go to see information about this event. The festival will, and here's a shot of you can see the internal part of the theater as it is now, a fancy old time theater. And it's a multi-day event, as I mentioned. First of all, on a Thursday night, we'll have a dedication of a new Pluto-themed beer at the Mother Road Brewery in Flagstaff, and an astronomy on tap quiz event with a bunch of interesting questions. Some of them I'm sure will relate to Pluto. And the next day, on Friday night, we will have a Strange New Worlds Planetarium show at Lowell. Several of you I know who are on here and we've talked to were at Lowell fairly recently for their grand reopening. It is an incredible $55 million facility now at Flagstaff on Mars Hill. Wow. We'll start with a planetarium show that night and then do a pub crawl around the city as well. On the 15th, there are festival activities. And then the 16th, a special talk by Adam Nimoy back at the observatory. For the Love of Spock will be a documentary that is screened there. And on the 17th, a Monday, there will be a Pluto birthday party at Lowell and some talks by also some of our friends, Dean Regas, popularizer, our pal from Cincinnati, Todd Gonzalez, Gerard Van Bell, who's one of the science directors, astronomer at Lowell, and Steve Hummel. So it's going to be a unique event. It's really fun, and we invite you to come and hang out and have a good time with us. And whether you're talking about Pluto or the new beer, I'll leave that to your judgment when it comes to the good time. Also, as Scott mentioned, we're having a couple of Starmus events, which I'll talk more about as we get a little closer this spring. They're both in April, April 1st and 2nd. We're going to have an event for the first time in the United States with Starmus at the Kennedy Center in Washington. And I'll talk more about that later, but you can see all the info on that at starmus.com. And then, of course, our main Starmus this year will be in La Palma, in the Canary Islands, which if you go there, turn around 3 times, close your eyes and open them, you could swear you're in Hawaii. It's very much a Hawaiian analog island off the northwestern coast of Africa. And of course, what we're seeing here, the dome of, is the largest telescope in the world, the Gran Telescopio Canarias, which edges out the Keck at the moment, as much larger telescopes, of course, now are being built mostly in Chile. So that's kind of it for the moment. I just wanted to give you a heads up if you can come to Flagstaff or participate remotely with any of the Pluto Festival activities. We will love that. And then Starmus, we get a double whammy with Starmus in April, both in the States and in the Canary Islands. And there are more exciting Starmus developments that we're working on now that we'll be able to talk about in the coming weeks as well. So thank you, Scott. That's
wonderful.
pitch rather
Wonderful.
than deep sky objects tonight. I'm just talking about events here. I will stop sharing my screen.
Right.
I hope if you can come to some of those, any of them, you'll have a really good time. Quite amazing events. And if you can't, we'll tell you what happened when you weren't there, and tell you about some events that will be coming up next year, perhaps.
That's right. That's
it.
right. Well, you know, I wish I was going to the I Heart Pluto Festival. It's been going on for several years now. Is that
A
right?
number of years, yeah, and it's gotten bigger each year as these things tend to do, and you know, more elaborate and so on. So I think it'll stay pretty much as it is now for the coming years, but it'll be fun to be in that group of. Think of how scared I'll be sitting on stage with David, with Alan Stern, and with
Okay.
Moy. I'm going to be trying to hold my own with all that bunch of incredible guys. So it should be fun.
Right. Well, you're one of them, David. So thank you for putting that on. And for, you know, I know that you're very involved with the Lowell Observatory. If you guys have not been to Lowell Observatory, David was alluding to the new installation of their outreach center there, their $55 million outreach center. I believe it's probably the crown jewel of outreach and you know, to learn more about astronomy, to get more hands-on. Their planetarium is the actual sky itself, and so they have this really cool screen that comes up, and
with you're out under the stars with heated seats, and there's an audio visual
heated seats,
and
yeah,
there's a very large theater as well in the building. Huge numbers of exhibits and museum artifacts and so on, and interactive stuff, of course, for the young or the young at heart. And of course, we still have all the stuff that has always been there on Mars Hill, the Clark refractor, and of course, the Pluto telescope, or Pluto camera, as we used to call it back in the day, has been moved back to its original dome where Pluto was discovered by Clyde in 1930.
Yeah, to me, the whole experience of being at Lowell, I mean, it's kind of surreal. You know, you're surrounded by antiquity, but it's restored. I mean, it's like you step back into time, you know, and
it's really a remarkable.
And you're walking along that glow in the dark path that they have, and there's just so many aspects of it. It was so well done, you know, that you can't just go and visit it once. A lot of people go to a museum or an outreach place and visit it once and say they did it. You quickly learn that this is not going to be a one and done kind of deal, you know, so.
It's really an incredible place now. It's completely different now that the huge new facility is built. And, you know, we haven't even talked about, you know, down the road outside of town, they have a 4-meter telescope too.
Right.
So there's a lot of research going on. It's really unique in terms of, you know, for better or worse, some of our historic observatories, Yerkes and Mount Wilson, have turned more into just museums, really, for the most part.
Right.
And Lowell really is a museum where a lot of astronomical history took place, but a lot of really cutting edge research, particularly with the Lowell Discovery Telescope outside of town now as well. So it's quite unique.
Yep. Can't wait to get back there. Thank you so much, David. If you're not a subscriber to Astronomy Magazine, it is the world's largest publication on the subject. So you can go to astronomy.com and get a subscription right there, either digitally or in print or both, you know, so thanks very much, David.
Thanks, Scott.
Take care. Okay. All right. So our next speaker will be, I'm very excited to bring him on. It's Tim Robertson from the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers. And he is going to be talking about the podcast that he leads. But Tim is an amazing astronomer and a person of science himself. And so I will post a link to his bio which you should take a glance at, or maybe a careful read even, and check him out. The Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers, they call themselves the watchdogs of the solar system. It's because they are making careful observations of all of the solar system objects that are out there. And, you live in this kind of living, breathing ecosystem of planets. And, it will remind you that after a long, tired day at work, that you are indeed flying through space at unbelievable speeds and reaching a new part of the cosmos that we've never been to before all the time. And all the wonderful ballet and dance of the planets that goes on that you can just see with the naked eye. Or if you make careful observations with telescopes, like the ALPO can show you how to do, you too can become a citizen scientist and contribute to the greater good here. Tim, thanks for being on Global Star Party.
Thank you, Scott. I'm finally able to make it. I've been on the schedule the last few weeks, and we have had a few fires in Southern California.
Fires in California
that have
really
kept
tough.
me from, they've been shutting off our power, unable to do this, but power's on right now, so we're good, and we have no wind. So I'm very comfortable with that. I want to start off by saying I knew Charles Morris pretty well, and when David mentioned that, that came out of left field.
It's a shock, isn't it?
I had not heard that. I mean, he was just recently a speaker at the Ventura County Astronomical Society meeting. He built his observatory at his house in Fillmore. I was out there helping him put the thing together years ago. So I've known him
there too.
I've known him for
16-inch telescope out there, and
and I helped him
he and his wife were really enjoyable to be around.
Yeah, that's a definite loss. Definite loss.
Yeah. And I just remember one night being with him and Steve Edberg, looking at. I said, "Well, how many comets are out?" Because I was thinking maybe there's a comet out. And Charles Morris shows me, I think it was 11 comets in one night, and he's just going, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, and they taught me how to see faint. And so I'm indebted to them because in that one night, these two guys enhanced my ability to enjoy astronomy like never before. And so when you say it's a loss, that's for sure.
It is, Back then, the license plate on my car was Comet Man, and he wanted to buy that from me. And I kept going, nope, you can never have it. That's mine. I put in for that. That's my license plate.
Well, he kept that website going for so many years too.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Comet observation page.
That's right. Well, when I got the invite to do this, I saw what your
theme
tagline was, beyond.
And the timeline too. Yeah, we have a kind of a tight timeline. So sorry about taking up this time here, and I know you have a lot to say. So
no worries.
Okay.
I thought about what today is also the anniversary of, and I felt I had to write something down. So I wrote, "Beyond the horizon lies the courage to explore the unknown," as the crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger reminded us, pushing the boundaries of discovery and inspiring generations to reach for the stars. So,
wow.
Just want to start with that.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all yours. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Go back to the beginning. All right. As Scott mentioned, I'm with the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers. I'm the current associate director. I host the podcast, and I'm also the coordinator of the training program in the ALPO. And someday I'll come on and talk about that. But what I'm going to talk about today is a podcast. Now, most of you probably know what a podcast is, but just to give you an understanding, it's basically a radio program. A lot of podcasts now are video, and that's a plan for me to go this year to make it a video podcast. But currently, all of our episodes are audio only. So you can download them on anything. I'll have all the links in here as well. But why did we, the ALPO, start a podcast? Well, back in 2017, when we started this, print media, we saw that was becoming a thing of the past. Most people are getting their information online. We all know this hobby is also getting older, and we want to do something to reach a younger audience. It allows for an immediate release of new discoveries and observations. I can put a podcast out in a day if I have to. We want to grow the membership of the Alpo. We want to reach a worldwide audience, and also introduce how to observe to everyone. And these are all topics that we've done within the podcast. Mentioned earlier, the first podcast was released in 2017. That was with our ALPO treasurer and historian, Matt Will, and it was just a little 20-minute podcast talking about the history of the Alpo. That first month, I had 25 downloads. And if you've ever done a podcast or put on, Scott probably can relate to this. The first time you hit upload and it goes out there on the internet.
Yeah, it's nervous.
And you don't know who's going to look at it. Where's it going to go? And the first month I had 25 downloads, and I went, who the hell's reading or listening to this? I had to go in and see where everybody was coming from. Well, as of today, we have 204 episodes online.
Wow.
We average about 110 downloads a day. We have over 1,200 subscribers on all formats, and we have over 925,000 total downloads. So it's
that's wonderful.
It's doing okay.
Yeah.
We upload a new episode on the 1st and 15th of every month, and I'm proud to say iTunes has given us a 5-star rating. So where are our listeners coming from? That's what I really wanted to say. Outside the U.S., it's the United Kingdom. They're the number one. In Canada, Costa Rica has a number of listeners, Ireland, and also Germany. So it's definitely a worldwide audience that we're speaking to on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Who's been on? Well, this guy named Scott Roberts has been on a couple times. David Levy's been on. And when David was on, I wish he was still here. But when he was on, I didn't tell him what I was going to talk about, because we've all heard his talks about comets and things like that. Well, we spent about 45 minutes talking about Shakespeare, which he was ecstatic. I mean, I was asking his favorite quotes and things like that. And that was actually episode 100 of the podcast. Don Mackholtz was on a number of times. He was a frequent guest. And one side note on this podcast that I didn't think about when I started it was, if I interview people that pass, their voice lives on forever on the podcast. And Michelle, Don's wife, has told me a number of occasions, I have forgotten what Don's voice sounds like. I go back and I listen to your podcast talking to him. And it's just, I get blown away by hearing things like that. So that's the side view of doing something like this. Pranvera Hysini, many of us know her. She's a little spark plug who did the first observatory in Kosovo. She's been on a number of times. Dr. Erin McDonald. She's an astrophysicist, and David mentioned Star Trek. Well, she is now the science coordinator for the Star Trek franchise. So she does all the fact checking on everything. So I had her on the podcast to kind of I'm a big Trekkie as well. So it kind of blended my astronomy and my Star Trek love. Bob King from Scan Telescope, or author from many things, has been on a number of times. Christophe Pellier, he's an author of a book called Planetary Astronomy, which I think is one of the finest books on observing the planets. Tom Dobbins, amateur astronomer. Clyde Foster, who is a very well-known Saturn observer. Then about a year and a half ago, I did a series of famous observatories. Doing this podcast, I'm able to go into areas that I want to learn about. No one ever gives me a direction of, you need to do a series on this or a series on that. I said, I want to do a series on famous observatories. And our local observatory here is Griffith Observatory. So I got a hold of Dr. Edwin Krupp, and we talked for quite a while about Griffith Observatory, a place I used to go to when I was a kid. I also talked to Doug Simmons, who's at Mauna Kea Observatory. It was a very nice conversation there. And also Father Paul Gaber from the Vatican Observatory. There are a number of, I think I did about 15 observatories in that series. Alan Hale, Comet Discoverer, is on. And also Andrea Jones. She works with NASA Goddard, and she's in charge of the National Observe the Moon Night. One of some of the most recent Observer's Notebook podcasts, The Future of the Telescope Industry, with Mr. Scott Roberts. That actually is going to be released on February 15th. Lunar Observing with Robert Reeves. I believe he's going to be on here later. That's going to be on February 1st. Mars 2025. We talk about what Mars looks like now, what we can expect of this apparition. Skyshed observatories, the small observatories that are built up in Canada. I had Wayne Parker on about that, and that was a very interesting conversation. I think he's in a band, and they were just inducted in the Canadian Rock and Roll Hall of Fame recently. So that was a whole different thing to talk about. Ingenuity helicopter on Mars. That's an upcoming podcast. International Observe the Moon Day, like I mentioned. And also last week, I talked to a gentleman by the name of Sam Dean. Every year, one of my favorite podcasts to do is talk about the comets of the coming year. And I go through the minor planet circulars and see what comets are coming in. I talked to Carl Hergenrother, who was the LPO comet coordinator. But I was going through all these circulars, and I saw the same name coming up on a lot of them as an observer or co-founder or recoverer of all these objects. And the guy's name was Sam Dean. And he lives in Simi Valley, California, which is where I live. And I thought, I know all the astronomers in Simi Valley. Why don't I know this guy? So I reached out to him. Well, he's 23 years old. He's been he's been doing this since he was 9 years old.
Wow.
He studies photographs from different sky surveys and things like that, and he looks for streaks, looks for lines in the images. Then he goes back and tries to research where they came from. He's 23. I don't know. At 9, I was not looking for comets and asteroids, and he's discovered a number of comets and asteroids in his life. So that's a podcast coming up very, very soon. It's very interesting to talk to this guy. This gives me a good feeling for the future of this hobby, this being as young as he is. Where can you listen to the podcast? It's available everywhere: iTunes, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Spotify, SoundCloud. We also have a YouTube channel. So all of the podcasts are also over there on our YouTube channel. And like I mentioned, a future plan for this year is to turn the podcast into a video podcast. Right now, it's all audio. So that'll open up another avenue. And how do we support this? The ALPO does not give me any money for the producing or putting the podcast online or anything. It's all self-contained. And we use Patreon, where we get monthly donations from listeners. And we have 4 different levels: $1 a month, $5 a month. You get early access to the podcast before it goes public. $10 a month, you get a copy of the Novice Observer's Handbook, which is a handbook I wrote for the training program. And $35 a month, you become a producer of the podcast and also a free membership to the ALPO. So this is how we survive. This pays the bills, keeps the podcast going. And if you'd like to get a hold of me, my email address is commentman@commentman.net. We also have a Facebook page, Observer's Notebook. Just search for that. And if you'd like to come on the podcast, drop me a note. If you know someone that you think would be an interesting guest for the podcast, please let me know. And if you'd like to subscribe to the podcast, it's really simple. You just take this code, put your phone up to the screen right now, take an image, and it'll take you right to the iTunes link where you can download any episode or subscribe to the podcast just using that. So that's what I got on the podcast. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Wonderful. Yep, Tim, there's Bob Tremblay's watching on YouTube right now. And he says, when I've been at outreach events, it seems there's always that one kid that just blows me away with their knowledge of astronomy. Sometimes it's a really young kid, so, but it's always our duty to help encourage young minds to, learn more about science and to, people took us under their wings to get us to where we are now. So we have to pass it on. So
that's very true.
Yeah,
very true.
Very good. Thank you so much, Tim. And I did post. I put a link in for the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers. So you can click on that. You can join that ALPO. It's a fantastic group. A lot of great guys are in there, and
Yes.
men and women doing work on observing our planets and other solar system objects as well. So
Yeah,
there's a
membership
lot
is
going on, much more than you would ever imagine.
and membership to the Alpo is only $22 a year. So
Oh my goodness.
It's-
it's the greatest deal in the
it's a
solar
really good
system.
deal. A really
Yep.
good deal. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, Scott.
Okay. All right. So, so our next speaker is Dr. Daniel Barth. I've known Daniel, gosh, I think over 25 years now.
Closer to 30, but who's counting?
Closer to 30. That's right. So I met Daniel. Let me bring him on. I met Daniel when he was working retail at a
Yes.
chain store called Scope City out in
Absolutely.
Southern California. I'm working for Mead Instruments at that time. And, he went on from working at this store to becoming a science educator, and he's a darn
Yes.
good one. He's written books on, how to make science accessible. I'm not going to say ironically, but I just couldn't believe that this guy showed up in Arkansas, okay, where I'm at out here, and to take over their STEM program for the University of Arkansas. And so it was just really neat to reconnect and all the rest of it. He's since retired from teaching. Well, I don't know if you actually ever really retire from teaching. No, but he and then he worked for us for a while, which is wonderful. I know that everyone who got to experience Dr. Daniel Barth, he had the nickname of Doc around here. So
That's right.
yeah. So anyhow, Daniel, thank you for coming back on to Global Star Party. And we're getting another mini How Do You Know session right at this moment, and I'll let you
Right.
take it away.
Thanks, Scott. Glad to be here. I've got to say, I was listening to David talking about Clyde Tombaugh. I got to meet Dr. Tombaugh once. It was in about 1986. And I went to see him. He was doing a presentation. Afterwards, we got to line up and meet him and shake his hand. And I said, Dr. Tombaugh, I was about 26 at the time. I was a young guy. Said, Dr. Tombaugh, I brought a book by a mutual friend of ours, and I'm hoping you'll sign it for me. And he just looked up at me and he said, Kid, who the hell would I know that you know? And I said, well, I brought my copy of the Principia. And I like Ike, I'll sign your book. And so he did. And that was lovely. I wanted to give you a couple of updates. I know I'm on kind of a time limit here. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Yep.
And there we go. And let's take a look at a couple of things. I'm going to show you, hoping you can see this. This is a little GIF of our observatory build. And my observatory building is now complete. You can see the slab in the building there. This is going to be different, and I think I can show you why. This is, if I've got this right, let's see if I can. Oh boy, not sure how to stop the share. Here we go. Stop the share. Let me take a look at another. Sorry, I'm trying to get this. The primary scope for the new observatory will be this bad boy here, which is the Appomax refractor. And this is a 133 millimeter f12 built for me by Fred Morozek. And I've had this thing since about 1996.
They don't make them like that anymore.
It's a monster. It's the OTA is fully 7 feet long. And you can see there, the center of rotation, I'm almost 6 foot tall in my boots. The center of rotation there is over 7 foot high. And the reason for that, when you put the scope at zenith, since the scope is 7 foot long, that means at zenith, the eyepiece is still about a meter off the ground and you can observe without laying on your back. And the dew shield there will be almost 10 feet off the ground. when it's at the zenith. And if you think about observatories and you say, well, gee, if I'm doing an observatory, and what kind should I do? And I considered a domed observatory for the big Appomattox, but a 2.7 meter observatory with a 2 meter long tube means there are times when the eyepiece is less than a foot from the wall, so I rejected that. I thought about a roll-off observatory, but your design of your observatory depends a lot upon your center of rotation. And I have 3 telescopes that I like to use. The one is the big Appomattox you see there. The other one is a pair of 127 mm binoculars. The center of that is about chest high. It's about 4.5 feet off the ground. And then I have a 12-inch Explore Scientific Dobsonian. And of course, the center of rotation for that is on the ground. And so what I decided I would do is build my observatory. And my observatory would be a rollout, not a roll off. And that seems rather strange, but here's a look at the observatory as it is today. And you can see we've got this is a 7-foot high door, and we've got 26 feet of slab coming out from there. When I had the Appomattox back in the 90s, I had it on a JMI dolly. And one day that dolly collapsed. It was too much weight. I managed to catch the scope. My wife helped me lower it to the ground. But I had the big 5-inch wheels on this 5 or 6-inch wheels. I don't remember. When this leg collapsed, it was atrocious. It was a disaster. So I've gone ahead and designed new dollies that'll hold 1,800 pounds. They'll be seriously over-engineered. They will not flex, and they won't ever be more than about an inch off the ground because they have a lever set of casters like you use for a big tool bench. So it'll only raise it up about an inch. We can roll it out. We can roll it back in because setting a big scope like that Appomattox up, I used to do it myself when I was in my 30s. I used to take it out to the desert. I used to set it up. It was like tossing the caber. It was it was quite an adventure. And but I'm older now, just a teeny bit, just a little. So I don't want to be lugging that around anymore. So we'll be able to roll it out. And here's what the observatory, if we can show you just after the build. There we go. Isn't that lovely? The guys came out, they built this building for me in 20-degree weather. And about an hour after they finished, we got snow, and we had a big snow event. We had almost a foot of snow here down in Witcherville, where I'm located. And I was very pleased that after 3 days, it was completely dry and tight inside my building. And when we look at this, the door here faces east, and the length of the slab runs east. And people have asked me, why didn't you put the building in the north so you can roll your scope out, and then you've got a view of the whole sky? Well, the reason is, Scott, I'm a teacher. So my horizon is to have 2 or 3 scopes set up here. There's room if I have people over to have more scopes set up, and we can all have a nice access to the sky. And I can bring a crowd out to my observatory, and I can teach again, which I'm looking forward to doing. So this observatory is designed, you can roll out 2 or 3 telescopes on the slab here. There's room for more people. And then when you're done, all the scopes, the big binoculars, the Dobsonian, and the big refractor will all have dollies. And we'll be able to roll them out, roll them back. And I've designed a pin locating system with spring-loaded pins. So when I drop the dolly for the big refractor, pins will lock into holes in the slab. So it'll be perfectly polar aligned every time. Bam, like that. And I'm very excited. Building the dollies is the next step. And then this spring, I'll be reaching out to local schools and hopefully getting astronomy, at least a guest lecturer sort of astronomy program started in local schools. And we used to have a club in Fort Smith. It was an Arkansas and Eastern Oklahoma club. And I'm hoping to restart that with my new observatory. So this is really, I'm looking very much forward to it. And it's just very exciting, but it's a very unique sort of observatory where the observatory is home to the scopes, but only during the day and cloudy nights. And then we roll the scopes out and observe and then roll them back and put them away. And it lets me have shelter. It lets me have all my tools and equipment. And it lets me go ahead and have plenty of guests and room for everybody. And I'm looking forward to completing that observatory. So that's a nice update that I hope to be bringing you more to. The other thing I brought for tonight, and I'm kind of doing show and tell. We talk about Beyond the Horizon. One of our first great Beyond the Horizon programs, of course, was the Apollo program. And I got in the mail, lift this up here. This is a lovely copy, and this is Folio Society has re-released Andrew Chaikin's A Man on the Moon in 2 volumes. And the lovely thing, some of you may have seen this book. It originally came out in the 90s, but Andrew Chaikin got contacted by the Folio Society, which is a British high quality book publisher. And they said, let's reissue your book for the 50th anniversary of Apollo, which of course was 2019. And NASA got on board with this, and they went ahead and they went back to the Apollo archives and they did high resolution scans of all these lovely pictures. So this book starts basically with Kennedy's speech at Rice University in the early 60s. I still get shivers. I still hear his voice in my head. We do not choose to do these things because they are easy. We choose them because they are hard. And we choose to go to the moon and do the other things in this decade. And he basically laid it on the line and he said, America, let's do this. Let's go to the moon. You have to remember, we think about the challenges of exploring Mars with the Webb telescope. We didn't have, when he announced this, we didn't have rockets, we didn't have boosters, nobody'd ever done it. A couple of satellites had gone up into orbit, a couple of men had gone on suborbital and then an orbital flight, and that's all we had done. We had no landers. We didn't have the kind of pressure suits we needed to move around on the moon. We didn't have the scientific instruments. We didn't have the computers. You realize NASA built the Saturn V, the command module, the LEM, using slide rules, which is just a stunning achievement. And these guys got up on what was essentially a small thermonuclear bomb and said, let's light this candle and go to the moon. Just a stunning, stunning human achievement. And when we think of over the horizon, whenever somebody says, whenever old men say, you can't do that, it's impossible. And a young man says, yes, I can. You bet on the young guy, the young woman, every single time. You realize Lord Kelvin in 1895 said, heavy-than-air flight will never happen. This is Lord Kelvin. This is the Dean of British Physics. And he said, oh, that'll never happen. 8 years later, Wilbur and Orville, sure we can. Young men, yeah. When old men say it's impossible and young folks say, yes, we can. Bet on the young folks every time. Remember, it was Newton who said, no one will ever figure out the chromatic aberration problem with refractors. That's why he built the reflector. And when the smartest guy in the world says it can't be done, gee, guess what? Surprise, it shut down research on lens development for almost 70 years. So really, as a teacher, part of what I've always tried to instill in the folks who pass through my classroom is, yes, you can. That's the attitude. Yes, you can. Well, nobody's ever done it. I don't care. Somebody said it's impossible. I don't care. Go ahead, bang your head on that wall, because somebody's going to accomplish that. It might as well be you. And it has to be somebody with a dream, with a vision. And when we have a dream and we have a vision, we accomplish great things. Scott and I have seen this many times over the years. And when we see things like this observatory, I can't tell you how long since I purchased this Appomax refractor, at least, I've thought about and planned my own observatory, and came very close to building it at my old home up in Elkins. I had a nice hilltop ranch, and I was going to put the observatory in. COVID came in,
Yeah.
equipment and material prices went crazy, and I couldn't get anybody to do work to do concrete work or anything. So that shut down, which turned out to be an okay thing because I retired a couple of years later, and I would have hated to leave my observatory. But the whole idea of beyond the horizon, for me, yes, there are great scientific projects. There are great scientific projects. We talk about Viking. Viking was only 7 years after Apollo. Kennedy got us to the moon in 9 years, and then NASA took us from there to landing on Mars in just
Yeah.
7, 1976. Yes, we can. And our horizons are only as limited as we think they are. And for me, part of my passion for virtually all of my adult life has been introducing young people to space science and astronomy. And when I first said I wanted to teach astronomy, my high school principal said, "No, you can't." I said, "Sure, I can. No one will come. You can have, if we put this class on the schedule, no one will take that. Who the hell takes astronomy?" And I said, "Okay, let me have a club for a year. And if you're convinced that the club was packed, the club was full of people."
Oh, yeah.
And the principal came out exactly once. Matter of fact, that was one of 2 times during my 44 years teaching astronomy where an administrator came to a star party.
Wow.
But the next year I had astronomy, and they said, "There's no textbook." I said, "I'll write one. There's no lessons." "Well, I can do that." "Well, what about a telescope? Did you know you had one? An old C8 kind of gathering dust here in a closet? I can use that." And my answer was always kind of like Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come.
They will come.
And 44 years later, something like 10,000 students have come through my classroom over the years. I went and tallied it up. It's very close to 10,000 students.
Hell yeah.
Maybe not quite, but I'm still,
You
I'm
changed
still in there
lives.
swinging. We'll get there.
You changed
But,
lives, that's for sure.
These sort of things, so many teachers have said, I couldn't possibly teach astronomy. And I laugh at them. I laugh at them all and say, yes, you can, and I'll show you how. The horizon, we not only need to reach for it ourselves, we need to lift children up on our shoulders so they can see beyond their horizon too. Just like a child at a parade where you put them up on your shoulders and say, "Look, the clowns, look, the band, look, the drum and bugle corps," and they get to see above that horizon because you lift them up.
Yeah.
That's what good astronomy education, that's what astronomy outreach does. It lifts people up. And when we rise, our horizon gets broader. And when we put our eyes to a telescope, I thought long and hard about the name of my observatory. In Western Arkansas Observatory, the WOW. And the reason I named it that is because over the years, the most common reaction I've had from young people and adults when I took a refractor out and I said, "Here's the moon, here's Saturn, here's Jupiter, those are moons," is wow. Can't tell you how many times people have looked at the telescope and says, "Is there a picture up there? Come on, that's not really Saturn. I'm not really seeing the rings." Right. And I know that today there's a great trend moving towards astrophotography because in part, AI and companies like Dwarf and Unistellar and others have made astrophotography so easy. But for me, the real delight is to go out to a refractor, to go out to a big reflector, to point my daub at Andromeda, and to sit there and observe and to ponder, yeah, okay, those photons have been on their way for 2.5 million years just so they could bullseye my mirror and bullseye my retina, and I can go,
it's very
wow,
personal.
it's Andromeda. I'm seeing light that left there There are stars that have died in between now and then. I can look at galaxies that are so far away. Our solar system didn't exist when the light left there. And for me, bringing that wonder down to earth, and I think every astronomer, amateur, professional, newbie, experienced old, bald guy like me, every astronomer goes out and we put our eye to the eyepiece and we establish a personal connection with the sky and we expand our horizons. We look beyond them. And it's this sort of a thing that inspires my passion. It's why I've written my books, Star Mentor and Astronomy for Educators, which if any of you are interested in outreach and if you'd like to see hands-on projects you can use at an outreach event, you can go and type in Astronomy for Educators into Google and it's a free download. More than 10,000 schools around the world use it. And I was always committed to a hands-on education. And when I taught astronomy, I got questions from principals and from deans. Why can't you do this during the day? I've had people say, I say, well, you missed your opportunity last month to see Jupiter. It's gone now. It's set. Well, bring it back. And sadly, apart from the wow, I sometimes got reactions. You set up this marvelous refractor and you put it on the moon and you put the right filter in and you're zooming in and you're about to tell people, oh, wow, look, you can see where there have been geological changes on the moon. You can look inside this crater. You can see where the ground has slumped, where the long run out has come from a landslide down into the bowl of the crater. You can see the terrace where the rock has torn away and fractured. And you're ready for that. And you're ready to give it all to them. And somebody comes up to the eyepiece and they look at it and they go, it's the moon. I seen it.
That's got to be one of the big misconceptions of today.
Yes.
A lot of people think that we already totally understand the universe. There's nothing more to be learned. There's also people that think that it's static. The stars don't look like they move or nothing's going on the moon.
Right.
Nothing's further from the truth. Everything's constantly evolving, constantly changing.
Correct.
Yep. What do you think is the best thing that can change someone's mind? Because, to kind of understand that, you need to study this. But how do you think something like a total eclipse of the sun, for example,
there's the eclipse. The eclipse was tremendous. I went out to Ponca, Arkansas, and was out there with about 500 people, and I brought the big binoculars and put twin solar filters on it.
Cool.
And just see old people acting like kids and kids acting like sages as they looked through and said, ah.
Yes.
It was just wonderful. But the thing I realized as a teacher after so many years, the more knowledge you bring to the eyepiece, the more value you take away from it. And it doesn't take a huge telescope. It doesn't take, people get obsessed with the idea that, oh, I need $5,000 worth of optics to do what I want. Galileo would have been hella impressed with a 60 millimeter Tasco from 1975.
Yeah, if you had one, it would have been the best telescope in the world.
Yes. The biggest problem with keeping people into the hobby is what I refer to as the what next problem. Okay, I've seen the moon. Okay, there's Jupiter. I guess those are moons. What next? What can I do with my telescope now? The telescope is kind of a party in a box. You set one up, everyone wants to come and have a go. And they say, ooh, I could learn so much. I could be a thinker. I could be an explorer. I could be a scientist. And they buy a telescope and then they put their eye to it and they look at the moon and they look at Jupiter and they're not quite sure of what they're seeing. It's beautiful. But what is it? What does it mean? Helping people bring some more knowledge to the eyepiece. And that's why I wrote the book Star Mentor. It's a step-by-step, here's what you do next. And Scott, you and I talked about this book when COVID was raging because nobody could find anybody to help them.
Right.
Clubs
Well,
were
no
shut
one was
down.
allowed to go help them.
No one was allowed. And
Right.
telescope sales were crazy because people wanted something to do in their backyard, but they didn't have anybody to help them. And people who knew how, many of them, God bless them, couldn't teach the proverbial bear to do what in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between knowing and being able to teach and to share what you know in an effective and cogent way. They're different skills, and I'm not looking down. So many brilliant, wonderful amateur and professional astronomers have helped me in my career. But I've also realized that helping someone else is something different. And
Yes.
people need a step-by-step. Here's what you do next. Here's what it means. Here's what you think about when you're putting yourself at the eyepiece at night. Because it is a thinking hobby. It is a thinking hobby. If your brain isn't engaged, you're doing it wrong.
Right.
And
yeah. And if it
we
isn't
need to-
thrilling to you to see something like Saturn's rings or the plume that looks like a blossoming flower, the Orion Nebula, or
I'm looking
to see
so
a
forward
comet.
to the rings going edge on this spring.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just so cool.
Yes. So for me, after retirement, Scott,
Mm-hmm.
it took a while. It took a while. The house we bought was much more of a fixer-upper than we thought.
Okay.
And then getting the observatory designed and getting it built. And that's still an ongoing process. In my studio here, I kind of look like I'm a kid using a flashlight to light up his face and tell spooky stories at a campfire. But we're working on the lighting in the studio here. And things are moving forward. And I've also started, I'm writing again. And I've started my next science
Wonderful.
fiction novel. So that's going forward too. That will be set on Mars in the year 2162. And so that's going to be fun. So lots of exciting things in my life. Retired from work, yes. Stopped working, no. Stopped teaching, no.
Right.
Stopped reaching out and stopped participating in the astronomy community, no. And for Tim, if he would like me on his Alpo podcast about astronomy education, I'd be thrilled to join him anytime. Because for me, this message of let's lift people up, let's bring people in, let's give them the knowledge and skills they need. So when they go to the eyepiece, they bring knowledge in and they take value away. I want people to be inspired. I want to set hearts afire for astronomy. I wanted that to be the subtitle of my book, and Springer said no, and it's this long god awful.
They said no.
They said no. They said no. Let's have lessons and projects and tips for beginning astronomers. And I'm like, okay. I wanted to say Star Mentors, setting hearts afire for astronomy, because I've lit a lot of fires in my life, not the nasty kind Tim's had out
Don't even
in California, but setting hearts afire. And I still today, I get emails and I get letters every once in a while. Hi, remember me? I was in your class in 1994, and I own a telescope now, and I go out and I'm teaching my kids. I get letters like that. Not every day, certainly, good Lord, but it just tells me that my life has not been a wasted one. My life has been I've been
Worthwhile.
tilting at windmills, saying, yes, we can have astronomy education in school. Yes, we can teach people the hobby and we can set their hearts afire. We can ignite their passion so they stay in the hobby and they become part of our larger community. Because as we get older, Scott, you and I are of an age, we're only a few months apart. As we get older, we realize, well, our time here is limited. And at some point, we pass the torch. I'm not ready yet, but I'm just saying we have
Right.
to bring new people in after us. We can't just say, oh, I've done these great things. Well,
Well, that's the
who have you
hope.
brought into the hobby lately? Who have you
Yeah.
brought into the community lately? Have they stayed? Have they acquired a scope? Have they learned how to use it? Have they begun to engage in this great intellectual, spiritual, and wonderful adventure that is amateur astronomy? And so I loved the idea of, let's look beyond the horizon, because for me, part of that is one of my horizons is someday I'm not here. That's a horizon.
That's
That's
another
like my event
horizon.
horizon. And I know the astronomy community will continue on after me. And my great passion is to make sure that I leave a legacy. When I told my students, when I was teaching them to teach astronomy at the University of Arkansas, I said, if we do our work here well today in this classroom, children who will never see my face, never hear my voice, and never know my name, their lives will be better because of what you learn here and what I teach here. And that legacy will go on beyond my event horizon. And in the 9 years I was at the University of Arkansas, and yes, I did the math. I'm a nerd. I had 9 or 10,000 students come through my classroom in 44 years. The students I trained at the University of Arkansas, to this day, they've reached more than 500,000 children.
Wow.
That's a force multiplier.
Yep, that's right.
That's a force multiplier. Somebody said, what do you want to do with your life? And I said, I want to strike the earth such a blow that it rings like a bell for long after I'm gone.
Daniel, John Ray mentions on YouTube, he says he donated a copy of Star Mentor to his local library.
He did.
Why don't you talk for a few minutes about Star Mentor, and then we'll come back
at
8 o'clock with Robert Reeves.
Yeah, the Star Mentor book, essentially I sat down, and when I talked to Springer, it was in October 1st, and it was Jerry Hubble, and said, well, how long are you going to need to write this, Dan? I said, Christmas. They said, oh, next year? I said, no, this year. They said, that's 90 days. That's ridiculous. I said, well, just watch me. Because I've been teaching it for almost half a century, I went through my lessons and I pulled out, all my best hands-on at the eyepiece activities that inspired young people, and put them in the book and did new illustrations for them. But essentially, it says, let's start out. Let's assume you don't have anything special. Let's assume you've got a 7x35 bino, or you picked up a 60 millimeter Tasco refractor at a garage sale for $15. And let's show you how much wonder you can bring into your life. Step by step. Here's what constellations are. Here's how we use a star map. Here's how to point your telescope. Here's what the coordinates mean. Here's activities to try. Let's look at 3 different nebulas. Let's look at the Pleiades. Let's look at Orion, and let's look at the double cluster. Gee, what do you notice? The amount of nebulosity decreases from one to the next. Why? Because it's older. Because more of the material's been used up to make stars. And you look at Orion, and it's this big, wonderful flower of gas and dust. And then you look at, oh, here's the Pleiades, and they're brightly glowing young blue stars, and there's still some wispiness to be seen with averted vision or in a photograph. And then you look at the double cluster, and it's spreading out. And some of the stars are older now, and there's very little dust and gas left. And you realize, oh, I can't sit here and watch the Orion Nebula as it evolves. I don't live long enough. But I can look through the sky, and I can spot targets, and I can see pictures along this timeline. And in my imagination, I can set sail, and I can watch the whole thing happen just for me. And that's what we do with the Star Mentor book, is we gave people a way to sit down by themselves, even if they didn't have a teacher. And I've told people online, I'm like, well, the best thing is to have an astronomer for a neighbor. But if you can't manage that,
yes, get Star Mentor.
Star Mentor is a collection of the stuff that worked, of the stuff that really inspired young people to really be passionate about astronomy. So, yes, there's wonderful, wonderful technology out today. And you can buy a scope that you can plop down, and you can say, ooh, cool, turn it on. I think Meade has something called a light switch at some point, where you flipped it on GPS, it figured out where it was, It looked around, it got its alignment stars, and then it said, let's go. And it could take you on a tour. That's marvelous technology. But you know what? I want that in my head. It's fine to buy a robot. That'll do that for you. But you know what? I want real personal intelligence. I want to be involved. I don't want the robot to do it all for me. I want to do it for myself. I want to be an adventurer. I want to be a discoverer like Galileo. In fact, my students have gone out with 60-millimeter refractors, and we looked at Venus periodically over months, and we watched not only the changing phase, but the changing size of the disk. And we proved to ourselves that Galileo was right. Copernicus was right. The sun has to be in the center because an Earth-centered solar system can't show you that. And so we bring it home. We make it personal. That's what we do.
Very cool. Okay, well, Daniel, thank you so much for being on Global Star Party. And
Thank you.
I think that probably next time we'd like to. You have fans that are watching this, okay, and they're saying, can we do another How Do You Know program?
I'm planning on relaunching.
Yeah, we all loved the kind of hands-on activities that
Yes.
that you showed us how to, figure out that the moon is actually round. It's not just something that you read about or somebody told you.
That's the
Okay,
demonstration, Scott, that I showed you and inspire you to say you need to have a program on our channel.
That's right.
That was the very thing, and because we were talking. Somebody came in and was talking flat Earth, and I said, no, I can prove to you the moon is round.
There's so many misnomers out there. It stuns most amateur astronomers.
It was a basketball, a piece of nylon webbing, and 5 quarters glued to the nylon webbing.
That's right.
And maybe I'll do that for Global Star Party sometime soon, because it's a really fun outreach activity, and it makes people stop and think. But I think, my friend, I'm looking, and it is that hard stop time. I'm a professional
it's 8
educator,
o'clock.
and I told you I'd nail it.
That's
so
right.
There you go.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel, and take care.
You're welcome, Scott. Good night now.
Okay. All right. So our next speaker is Robert Reeves. He is, I keep saying this, but he is the David Attenborough of the moon, and which I think makes him blush a little bit. But
indeed.
but Robert has the perfect voice, to me, the perfect voice to go along with a narration about the geography of the moon and understanding the moon and its formations, its craters, its lava fields, all these various aspects, the rippling effect that can happen from asteroid impacts or comet impacts. And, there's so much going on with the moon that the earlier thing that I mentioned, that a lot of people think that we've learned everything that there is to know about the universe. You would think that we've learned everything there is to know about the moon. That's hardly true at all,
Not at all.
Yeah. So I had heard that if early humans, if we took the entire canon of knowledge of early humans about their knowledge of the universe that they had and put it onto a clock face, that barely 1 second would have passed on the clock face, and so if you ask people, well, okay, let's zoom all the way up here to 2025. Okay, now how much do we know about the universe? And we've built telescopes, we've sent people into space, we have orbiting observatories and all the rest of it. But it's really, using that analogy, it's less than 3 minutes on the clock face, the 24-hour clock face of knowledge about the universe. So, but I think that we can learn a lot about the cosmos by studying the moon, and it's the closest thing that we have to us where you can actually look at it and see craters, and start to understand some of the maelstrom of of what happened in the early formation of the solar system. So I'll turn it over to you, Robert. Thank you again for coming on to Global Star Party.
You bet. It's always a pleasure. But I'll preface my continuing what I was doing last week when we broke it into two parts with two comments. You mentioned about the sum of human knowledge crammed onto a clock face, how little we know about the moon for so long, and how we're just now scratching the surface and beginning to learn how to ask the right questions. My next book about the moon, which is in production as we speak. I saw the cover for it for the first time today, created by the graphic designers at Firefly Books. And in the process of, it's called History of Lunar Exploration, basically from caveman to spaceman. And I knew for a long time, basically, that what we really knew about the moon filled a thimble all the way up to the 1960s. And even as Apollo was landing on the moon, some of the later missions landing on the moon, they were finding out their assumptions were dead wrong. So you have a point. What we know about the universe is nothing compared to what's really there. And we're still learning. We're still learning and learning. And not a month goes by where new research doesn't come out to show us something new and wonderful about what's happening on the moon. The other thing I wanted to mention, Dr. Barth kind of hit me over the head with a hammer about the passage of history. He said Viking landed on the moon 7 years after Apollo 11. Yes, that's a very true fact. We landed on Mars. Viking 1 landed on Mars exactly 7 years after Apollo 11 landed on the moon. We thought we were going to Mars. We thought we were on our way. But political and economic reality showed different. But what struck me is I moved into the house I still live in today, the house I'm sitting in as I speak at this moment, the day we were supposed to land on Mars. Viking was originally scheduled to land on July 4, 1976. There was a 16-day delay, and it actually landed on July 20th, which was another significant holiday or anniversary, the anniversary of Apollo 11. But Viking landing on Mars 6 years after we reached the moon, 7 years, that's when I moved into my house. And the entirety of space exploration history has happened since. Well, I've been sitting here in this room. That kind of caught me by surprise. Yeah, just that simple statement by Dr. Barth, it really floored me. But I hope to be around a lot longer. I mean, I'm almost 80, but I'm confident that
well, you certainly don't look 80.
Yeah. Well, if the creek don't rise, I plan to be around a lot longer and continue expressing a passion for the moon and passing on what I know about the moon. So let's dive in with what we were doing last week. I had puzzled over what to do for the presentation. And then it struck me. I've been staring at my screensavers on my computer, my desktop, which is next to me. I'm speaking on my laptop because the desktop doesn't have a webcam on it. I've got a series of 41 high-resolution images that I've taken through my telescope out in the observatory that I use as computer monitor screensavers. And Microsoft will let you roll through a folder of photos at set intervals. I've got it set to go once a minute. And I look at these images sometimes when I have a pause and these pop up. And often I will see something in these images. I've seen these 1,000 times, but I'll see something new in them that will intrigue me. And I'll start thinking about it and understand a different facet of how lunar geology interacts with itself. So last week I said I offer these lunar screensavers freely to anybody who wants them. All you have to do is email me and I will email it. It'll take 3 separate emails to put them out in all 41 of them in small enough lumps that they'll conveniently email, but I do offer them freely to anybody who wants them. And there were takers. People started contacting me before my program was even up last week. So I'll continue that. Let me go to screen share and pick up that slide. Hopefully, boom, you
Robert,
are screen
what is
sharing.
that email? What is that email address?
If my first slide is showing, it's up there right
there
now.
it is.
Yep,
Robert
Reeves 400 at Gmail.
Easy
And
enough.
Like I said, I freely share these. I just ask that if you move them on somewhere else, just please give me the proper credit for it. But they are primarily designed to be a folder of screensavers so you can set windows to roll through them and let you enjoy these and ponder the geology and the variation on the moon. It's not just all bumps and holes. It's not just all big dark spots that make the face of the man on the moon. There is over 4 billion years of evolution here, of geologic evolution, and it's still happening to this day. So there's much to understand on the moon. And once you have the grasp of several very basic concepts, the pieces start to fall together. So let me advance up through the slides that we already looked at and get to where we left off last week and pick up what we were talking about. Boom. I think this is where we left. We were looking at Mare Imbrium, the man in the moon's left eye, as we look at the full face of the moon. And a lot of interesting things going on here. You see the arc of the mountains sweeping around the left side or right side of the image. These are the rim of the Imbrium Basin, the gigantic, almost 900-kilometer wide crater that cradles the basalt, the lava that filled it and created the Mare Imbrium, the man in the moon's left eye. And these mountain chains are some of the defining features on the moon. The Apennine Mountains sweeping down the lower right, some of the tallest mountains on the moon, peaks almost 5 kilometers high in some regions. And you think 5 kilometers, that's not too much. We've got mountains on the Earth higher than that. But remember, this is on a world that is only 1/4 the diameter of the Earth. So if you scale that up, multiply it by 4 times, these 20, that gives you a 20-kilometer high mountain if it were related to an Earth-sized planet. So these are indeed stupendous geology visible in our telescope, a very modest telescope. And I don't know if my microphone is sensitive enough, but yes, there is a cat fight going on in the background. Just a second here.
I don't think we hear it.
Okay, well that's a good thing because Olivia, our young,
I couldn't hear it either, Robert.
our Olivia, our young
noise canceling working.
Yeah, our Olivia, our young kitten, gets too playful, and Rusty, she's an old grandma. She doesn't have the temperament for that, so it doesn't work out sometimes. But anyway, so we left off with this particular image. So let's advance to the next one. Also Mare Imbrium, the same region, but we're looking at it at sundown now. A phase during the waning crescent in the early morning where very few people get up and look at the moon at this time. But it gives us an entirely different perspective with the shadows coming from the other direction. But the star of the show here, this Horseshoe Bay up on the northeast corner of Mare Imbrium, Sinus Iridum, the Bay of Rainbows. Now, this was created by another asteroid impact, and it is itself, Sinus Iridum is itself another basin, although much smaller than the Imbrium Basin. And the asteroid struck the rim of the Imbrium Basin, so it carved out this pocket in the corner of the Imbrium Basin. And when the lava flooding occurred, flooded Mare Imbrium slowly over a period of about 1 billion years, building up these lava flows layer by layer. It eventually flowed into the depressed eastern side, float over the depressed eastern side of the Iridium Basin and filled it with basalt also. So it created this horseshoe bay on the northwestern shore. The next of my screensaver series, the crater Janssen. Janssen is 200 kilometers in diameter. It's huge. You would think that Janssen would be very easy to see because of its gigantic size. And in fact, here at the sunset view of it, the shadows are on the right, which means the sun is to the left. We're looking at the waning gibbous phase of the moon, and it's flooding the interior of it with shadows, but it is only about.
Oh. Well, it looks like we lost Robert Reeves here. Let's see if he'll come back on here for a minute. In the meantime, I do want to talk a little bit about our next speaker, and that would be
Dr. Marcello. No, Brother Guy.
Brother Guy, yeah, Consolmagno. And so he is. He's written some interesting books, but first off, I want to say that I met Brother Guy at the Vatican Observatory. He is the director over the entire facility there, and he is deeply involved in science and research, but also he's a man of faith. And so, I had questions for him about how he resolved some of those issues, and that's what Brother Guy will be talking about here. But I think that possibly,
speaking of Brother Guy,
hey, Adrian,
that's right, he's
welcome.
here.
Hey, Brother Guy, good to see you.
Yes.
Yeah, I present a little bit later, but I wanted to come and listen. We were in the middle of a presentation by Robert Reeves, but his connection blew up. We're hoping he comes back.
Okay.
So good to see you again, and Lord
great
be
to
with
see you.
Yes.
And Scott, I'm stealing your moment. I'm going to go on mute. Let you converse with our esteemed guest.
Well,
Our
on any
extinct
account,
guest, you say?
What's up?
Yes.
I'm busy opening my talk so that I'm ready to share once.
And that might be, that's Robert back again. So.
All right. I don't know what happened there, but just suddenly everything flat stopped.
Yeah,
But
it's happened to me before too. So
yeah, I see Brother Guy is here. Do I need to sign off and turn it over to?
Well, I don't think so.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay.
Yeah, please do. I'm in a rush.
Alrighty. Let's see. Go back to screen share and hope that doesn't happen again. Alrighty. I was talking about Janssen, and I'm not sure how much you heard of me before things just vanished. But I was mentioning Janssen, 200 kilometers in diameter, but it's only about 2 kilometers deep. We talk about craters on the moon. One way of discussing them is their depth over diameter ratio. The smaller the crater is, the more pronounced the depth over diameter ratio is. A small crater could be 5 kilometers in diameter, a kilometer deep. That's a ratio of 1 to 5. Well, Janssen has a ratio of 2 to 200. So it is 100 times wider than it is deep. So it will virtually vanish under a high sun. The shadows disappear, and many people can't see Janssen under high sun. They'll see Fabricius crater, which is within Janssen, the shadowed crater seen at the northeastern side, or they'll see the Rima Janssen, the scimitar-shaped rill running through the middle of it. But the Janssen, despite its huge size, being one of the 10 largest craters on the moon, just completely vanishes under high sun. So, moving on to the next one. This was a fascinating area of the moon that has a creepy name. The large circular Mare patch with a bullseye pattern of Berg crater in the middle. This is called Lacus Mortis, the Lake of Death. And I have no idea what kind of wine Giovanni Riccioli was sipping the night that he named this feature back in 1651. But it does have a little bit of a creep factor to it. But Lacus Mortis, the Lake of Death, is basically little more than a large 150-kilometer crater that is filled in with basalt. Some of it spilled in from the outside, some of it rose up from underneath, and thus it is technically a floor fractured crater because we see the rills and cracks running through it. But it has been classically been categorized as a lacus or lake on the moon. We have Maria, seas on the moon, lakes, lacus on the moon. There's various designations for these, and although it is a lava-filled crater, it is technically now known as a lake. But the crater Berg that's smacked into the middle of it, perhaps over 2 billion years after the lava flooded into this old crater, gives it a distinctly different personality. But technically a crater, but now known as a lake, and a rather bizarre name at that, the Lake of Death. A more cheerful one, Lamont crater, classically named a crater from hundreds of years back, but it is actually a ghost crater, which is a crater that existed on the Serenitatis Basin before the lava flooding that created Mare Serenitatis. And to put this in perspective, if you can see my cursor circling around, it's circling the Apollo 11 landing site. So this is familiar territory for us, but just north of us, that circular ring-like structure, the fact that it has a double ring now classifies this not as a ghost crater that has been buried by lava flows, but as a ghost basin because it has a double ring structure. And on top of that, we have these radial rills, 9 radial ridges, not rills, ridges radiating out from it that gives it the appearance of a ghostly spider. So this is what I call my lunar spider, the ghost basin Lamont. And moving up to the northern side of the moon, another one of my nickname features, the collective group of craters known as Meton look like a 4-leaf clover. So I call it my lunar good luck charm. These are ancient craters, perhaps 4 billion or more years old, that were their interiors were filled with debris thrown from the Imbrium Basin impact. So their mutual joined rims has been buried. So you don't see them, but you see the outer rims and the smooth interior giving the impression of a 4-leaf clover. And moving on, we jump back down to the southern portion of the moon. And this is a region that's going to be getting more and more attention in the upcoming years. The Artemis 3, when it finally flies, is scheduled to land man on the moon at the South Pole, near the South Pole. And here we have a roadmap to get there. We see the crater Moretus, Tycho lookalike down on the southern hemisphere. And just below it, there's a series of overlapping craters, all named Newton. Newton crater, Newton A, B, C, and so forth, satellite craters of Newton. And their merged walls kind of form a pathway looking south. And here you see this isolated little ridge protruding into the sunlight. That's the Malapert Massif. That is one of the candidate landing sites for the Artemis 3 mission, where human footprints will again appear on the moon, hopefully in this decade. And moving on to the next, the Nectaris Basin. We believe this is one of the earliest of the surviving near-side basins, the Nectarian epoch, which ushered in the 100 million year period of giant basin formation on the moon almost 4 billion years ago, named after Nectaris, because we think it may have been one of the first to be formed. And we see the circular depression of the Nectaris basin itself filled with basalt, forming Mare Nectaris, a sea of nectar. But along its rim, we have these collections of rather fascinating craters. We're zeroed in immediately on Theophilus because it's the sharpest, crispest crater, but it's actually the youngest. Katharina, down here, formed first. Shortly afterwards, Cyrillus crater formed, and the seismic shock of the creation of Cyrillus and the ejecta thrown out from it degraded the interior of Katharina. And then a while later, Theophilus formed, and it, in turn, seismically degraded Theophilus, filled it with impact debris, and degraded it. So all three of these craters are not that far apart in age. They're not separated by billions of years at all. It's just a matter of who was there first and who degraded the previous one with its own impact. So it's a case study in the age degradation of craters. The newest one is going to be the freshest one. The oldest one is going to be the most degraded. And of course, there's this fascinating Horseshoe Bay on the southern shore of Mare Nectaris. Kind of mimics what we were looking at earlier with Sinus Iridum up on Mare Imbrium. But in this case, it's the crater Fracastorius. And that name kind of creeps me out too. It sounds like some sort of procedure you do to farm animals, but nonetheless, it was named after I think it's an Italian mathematician named Fracastoro, if memory serves me right. But continuing on, here is another sunset view along the waning gibbous moon, and the low sun angle, the extreme shadows, turn craters that we're familiar with and have seen before into apparitions that we're lost. We don't know what they are. In this particular case, we're looking at Patiscus, Homel, and Mutus craters. Now, those don't normally roll off the tongue like Plato and Cassini and Kepler and Copernicus and so forth, but they're substantial craters on the moon. But with deep shadows like this, they can play hide and seek with us. We get lost looking straight at them, not realizing what they are. And getting close to the end of my time, we'll drift up north. Again, enjoy this view of Mare Frigoris, the Sea of Cold, streaming north of Plato crater. Plato, the flat, dark, circular one on the northern shore of Mare Imbrium. But Mare Frigoris streaming across the northern regions of the moon above Mare Imbrium, Mare Serenitatis, which forms the man of the moon's left and right eyes. So Mare Frigoris stretches about 1,800 kilometers across the moon, but it's only about 200 kilometers high. So it kind of forms the eyebrows above the man in the moon's eyes. And we'll wrap this up by taking two quick looks at Plato crater again, nested next to the Alps mountains, which are part of the outer rim of the Imbrium Basin. And we have been speaking of familiar sounding mountain chains, Alps, Apennines, so forth. The mountain chains on the moon aren't named after terrestrial mountain chains. So the Alps, very famous on Earth, very famous on the moon. And the Alps bisected by the gash of the Alpine Valley. For many, many years, we thought that was a gouge created by a piece of the moon ripping across it from the creation of the Imbrium Basin. But no, it's actually a graben, a slumping of land between two parallel faults through the Alps mountains. So we'll dig in a little closer to those two features and wrap it up for the evening. And Now that we've descended to a lower orbit, now we can see the tiny little craterlets on the floor of Plato, the lava-flooded interior. If you can see those craters in your telescope, cherish the night because you've got some really good seeing going on. And the same with looking over here at the Alpine Valley. If you can spot that rill running down the middle of the valley, you have got some extraordinary seeing going on. That rill is only about a half a mile wide, which really pushes it to the extreme limits of what you can visually see in a telescope on the moon. So with that, we'll move on next time to the final third of my lunar screensavers. And if anybody wants these for their own computer to enjoy as their computer background, give me a note at the email robertreeves400@gmail.com, and I'll shoot them to you. Now I'll turn it over to Scott, and I know we're all anxious to hear what Brother Guy has to say. I'm trying to stop screen sharing. Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, back to you.
God, I think you may be talking on mute again.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, and there's Scott. Okay.
Or, uh-oh, I think the cable came out of the mic.
Well, we've got a minute before I'm due on, so it's
Yeah.
always great seeing those moon images, though I'm just doubly in love with the moon.
That makes two of us.
I'll give you
moon.
only one correction, and has nothing to do with the moon, but it has to do with Italian. He pronounces his name Riccioli, not Riccioli.
Oh, okay. Well, you're in the middle of
Right.
the country, and no,
I had to learn how to say my own name correctly. I'd been saying it wrong all my life.
Yeah.
how is it pronounced in Italian?
Consolmagno.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a great star party. Yep. You guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Great.
Everybody-
Okay.
we can
Sorry,
hear you
guys.
good,
My cable decided to come out of my microphone just at the perfect time. But I wanted to, thank Brother Guy for taking his valuable time out for doing this. He's currently in Arizona at the Vatican Observatory out there, but just a few months ago, I was at the Vatican Observatory in Castel Gandolfo, where I was able to meet Brother Guy, and as he was showing us those beautiful historic telescopes and the amazing meteorite collection that they have there, and just to feel steeped in astronomical history. Brother Guy is, of course, a man of faith, and so I was able to ask him what I felt was fairly personal questions. He studied research astronomy and taught physics, and he's as much of a scientist as the best scientists out there. But we grew up in an era where there was friction between science and faith. I don't think that always existed, but it exists today. Okay. And there are so many unanswered questions about, what makes the universe what it is. And, any of us that have looked up to the skies and think that we know everything just through the process of science, well, we're kidding ourselves. It is a lens that we can see cause and effect, and we can see a number of things, but we still don't know what energy is. We still don't know what gravity actually is. why we're actually here, these kinds of things, and so some soul searching, I think, goes on with any astronomer looking up at the skies. And so I was so pleased when Brother Guy came back with his subject of cosmological confusions. I believe he's going to talk a little bit about Galileo and perhaps some of his ideas of how the universe worked back in that era, and how that might relate to black holes and dark matter today. So, Brother Guy, thank you so much. And if you go to the bio page at explorescientific.com/GSP165, you'll click on Brother Guy's picture, and you can read more about his bio there. But there's also a book that is a companion book, which is When Science Goes Wrong. And so I think I'm going to buy the one where, can you baptize an alien first? And then I'm moving on to this one. So, Brother Guy, thank you so much for coming on.
Well, I should mention, I have a new one coming out called A Jesuit's Guide to the Stars.
Oh, okay.
And this is an advanced copy. It should be out next month. It's such a good book, you should buy 3 copies. Usually I tell people to just buy 2.
Just buy 2, but get 3 just in case.
Well, the whole point of this talk is based on stories that are in this book, When Science Goes Wrong. And the theme of the book, I'll give you the punchline. Science succeeds when it goes wrong. Science learns when it goes wrong. And when people think that there's a fight between science and anything, it's because they're assuming that either science is perfect, which would make it the most boring thing going if it was, or they think that we understand our religion perfectly and we got nothing left to learn, and that would make that the most boring thing going. This book is by a co-author, Chris Graney, who is a teacher of astronomy and one of the few people I know who both knows his astronomy and knows Latin, and allowed him to read a number of the 17th century and earlier books describing the astronomy at the time of Galileo. And I want to go into some of the things that were considered really good science in their day. Incidentally, Chris Graney wrote an entire book about Riccioli. So I was mentioning Riccioli in the previous talk.
Carpe nocturnum, my friend.
So let's see if I can there we go. I think most of us are familiar with this old cosmology. The Earth is in the center, and then the planets in these spheres surrounding the Earth. This was, of course, essentially the Aristotle cosmology. Earth is at the bottom of the universe. Some people thought that, when the sun was made at the center, then the Earth was demoted. No, the Earth was not the center. It was the bottom. It was the dregs. Everything fell down to it. It was the sump. The only thing worse than the Earth was the inside the Earth, which was the inferno. Of course, outside was water, and then air, and then fire. These were considered the 4 elements. I think most of us are familiar with that. They've heard that story. What you don't appreciate is that there was a sense that these were more likely to be the relative sizes of the sphere of Earth versus the sphere of water versus the sphere of air versus the sphere of fire, which raises the question at that time, why isn't all of Earth covered in water? And this was considered an important scientific question. The answer they thought they could find in religion, because after all, in Genesis, we hear that God gathers the water into one place and lets the dry land appear. Now, mind you, the person who wrote Genesis, number 1, wasn't trying to answer this question because Genesis was written before Aristotle. And number 2, they weren't interested in what happened to the waters. They were interested in the God part. So this was a bad theologically translation of scripture to begin with. But using this, thinking that they had the answer, they said, okay, there is Earth surrounded by the water. Let's get rid of the pretty pictures. And what we think God did was to drag all the water to one side, leaving the dry land above. So the center of the universe is still where the Earth is, but the water is dragged to the side. You've never heard of this before. This is sometimes called the two spheres theory. It sounds crazy. Who believed that? Well, you have heard of it. Because if this is the way the Earth looks, and you've got a little boat sailing above the Earth, you're sailing the high seas.
Oh.
The seas are actually above where the Earth is in this theory. And if you think this is just, my picture or Chris Graney's picture, we can find images of this in the 1600s. This book is 30 years after Galileo. And they're still talking about the water dragged to the side. And then this is why you would have springs, because it's the pressure of all that water coming up through the Earth. They thought they could explain why there was water and springs spewing out of the Earth. As late as 1777, a theologian was using this fact of all the water pulled to the side as proof of the existence of God. The being of the vast sea, where there's such abundance of waters as some think higher than the earth, which are yet bounded and restrained from overflowing and drowning the land. Who could do that but God? That's also why Christopher Columbus thought he could reach Asia by sailing up the high seas and around to the other side, and was convinced that there couldn't be any land between him and Asia because the high seas would have totally flooded any land that would have gotten in the way. So when he ran into land, he was convinced that must be Asia. The best cosmology of the day taught him that. Now, you're going to say to myself, you're going to say, anybody who's been to the ocean looking at the water sees that, the water is not higher than land, right? Not so fast. If you've got a tube that you've made level and you bring it to the beach and you're right at the level of the water and you look completely level, more often than not, your tube will be looking at water, not the horizon. The horizon is going to look to be above the water. We know now that that's due to the refraction of the light due to the atmosphere that causes causes us to seem like we're in a bowl of ocean. It's not a strong effect, but it was enough to convince them that they were actually seeing real science, and that's what really was going on. This was one of the arguments that Copernicus comes up with after Christopher Columbus comes back and people realize he hadn't gotten to Asia. Then Copernicus could say, the two spheres theory is not the truth. All of the water really is centered on the Earth. And maybe, just maybe, the Earth could be spinning. That was one of the arguments that had been given against the Copernican idea of a spinning Earth. Well, let's go back to not just the Earth now with its sphere of water, but all of the planets in transparent spheres between the Earth and the stars. We think, that's the Copernican, that's the Aristotelian theory, obviously wrong. Well, no, it's not obviously wrong. It held for good 2,000 years. And when you observe a planet moving through the stars, moving through the constellations, you can see that the planets are between us and the stars. And you're right. You've got the correct orientation. But you also notice these dots are Mars. It's coming from the right. It goes right to left, except it loops around. This, of course, is Mars during opposition, when for a while it goes what they call retrograde. It looked like the motion of Mars was not smooth and steady and sometimes went backwards. How can you reconcile that with the Aristotelian idea of these spheres, one inside the other, inside the other? And Eudoxus came up with a very clever sort of thought concept. There are many, many spheres, Most of them are transparent and don't have a planet, but each sphere is inside another sphere, inside another sphere. And so as the one rotates one way, the other rotates another way and pulls Mars a little bit up, a little bit down, maybe a little bit backwards, maybe a little bit forwards. Conceptually, this could explain what was seen. What do we try to do in science? You try to explain what is seen. But a much simpler way was, of course, Ptolemy's idea that the Earth is in the center, the moon is going around the Earth, the sun is going around the Earth. Mercury and Venus are doing these small circles, but moving around the Earth at the same rate that the sun is moving around the Earth. And then the other planets each have these little spheres, these epicycles. Mind you, this is 500 years after Eudoxus. So the Eudoxus theory has been around for as long as the Copernican theory has been around for us. It was as well established. And really all Ptolemy was saying was, I can use these circles to calculate where the planets are going to be, indeed where the planets had been. And that's really useful if you believe that the universe is controlled by astrology and the positions of the planets will tell you what, stock you should be investing in next week. He could calculate, and his calculations are pretty good. In fact, I don't have a picture of it here, but you can go online, YouTube, and look up Ptolemy epicycles Homer Simpson. The fact is, with enough epicycles, you can trace out any path, including the very complicated path of the planets. It was a system, it was predictable, and it seemed to work. It seemed to work for another 1,400 years. Now, we have the Copernican system to the left here. The sun is at the center, the planets are... This is the image from the front of Copernicus's book. But this is not actually what Copernicus was trying to describe. It was an oversimplification. His model was actually that model you see to the right. You look really closely. Oh, yeah, that's actually the sun in the center. But all the planets still needed off-centered circles and circles within circles because the planets don't go around the sun, much less the Earth, in perfect circles. And Copernicus had no other mathematical way of dealing with this. Now, when you try to compare the two systems, both Ptolemy, with the Earth at the center in these epicycles, or Copernicus with planets and the Earth is moving faster than Mars, so it appears to move backwards, both of them can explain what you see in the sky. So how do you choose which one is right? What's the good science? People were not foolish then. People had really good observations. Let's say the Earth is on one side of the sun. Let's pretend this ridiculous idea that Copernicus is right. The Earth is on one side. You see a star that's closer to the Earth, brighter because it's closer, and you see dimmer stars in the distance. As the Earth moves to the other side, that same bright star can be visible, but it will be now shifted compared to the distant stars. Well, this picture shows the distance, that shift being really ridiculous. The farther away the stars are, the smaller the shift. Could you actually measure and detect that shift of the farther stars compared to the nearer stars, the parallax? Tycho Brahe, before even the telescope, had this marvelous instrument. That's the diagram in one of his books. That's the actual instrument in a museum. He could measure the positions of stars to an arc minute or a couple of arc minutes. 360 degrees in a circle. Every degree has 60 minute parts, and every minute part has 60 second minute parts. And in fact, I think he was able to measure into the arc seconds. And he did not see any parallax, any hint of parallax. The Copernican system predicted that if the Earth was moving, nearer stars should appear to shift compared to farther stars, and that was not observed. So, if you don't see any parallax, then either the Earth is not moving if the stars are close enough, or if nonetheless the Earth is moving, the stars have to be really, really, really far away. How close are the stars? Riccioli, who I mentioned, and Herschel, a century or so later, both had the chance to see the stars in their telescopes as disks. If you assume that the star that you see in your telescope, a sixth magnitude star, is like our sun, actually turns out to be a bad assumption, but let's just, the zeroth order, and that's the size that you see in the telescope, then you can tell from the size of that star compared to the size of the sun how much farther away it is. If this was, 1,000th the radius of the sun, then it would be 1,000 times farther away than the sun. And Galileo himself, in the dialogue of the two world systems, works out that these stars are actually about 2,000 times farther away from the sun. And Galileo at that point says it's only a matter of time that we'll be able to see this parallax. But if the stars were that close, Tycho Brahe should have seen them. Everybody should have seen them. In fact, Galileo did see a double star, and this is going to show the parallax, and what it didn't, because of course it was a double star. He just didn't bother publishing those results. Where did he go wrong? Where did these people who now had telescopes and now had mathematics and now had the models that we think are modern models, where did they go wrong? Well, the problem is this. They didn't realize that light was a wave. And if you're at a shore and there's a harbor wall and water comes in, waves of water come through the harbor wall, that's not what it looks like. The waves actually spread out. This is also true of light waves. Here's, you can actually see in the places where the waves interfere with each other. This is true not only of water waves going through a gap, but of light waves, especially light waves going through the very small hole in Galileo's telescope. You may wonder, this is Galileo's telescope in the Galileo Museum in Florence. Why did he stop it down to, only about a third of the volume of the area of the lens? It's because he made his own lenses. And he couldn't make parabolic lenses. He was only making spherical lenses. So to make the image sharp, he had to cut down and just look through the center. But at the same time, the smaller the aperture, the wider the spread of the waves. This is something called the Airy disk, when you're looking at a star through a telescope with a finite aperture. The bigger the aperture, the smaller the Airy disk. Airy only worked this out in the 1800s. We're talking Galileo in the 1600s. But notice something else. There's the brightness of the light going through that spot. It goes down to 0, and then, of course, there's the second harmonic. The light in that disk is at its brightest at the center and goes down to 0 where the light runs out. The human eye cannot see all the way down to 0 brightness. The human eye can see that that star, the second star, is half as bright as the first star, but they have the same width of Airy disk. So you'd say, well, you ought to be able to see the same spots in any, except the human eye cannot see that faint stuff. The only light the human eye is sensitive enough to see shows that the brighter star looks to be bigger than the dimmer star. And the assumption was then, well, the brighter star must be closer to us, the dimmer star must be farther away. And all stars must have roughly the same brightness, and we must be looking at the size of the star. All of that is wrong. But they had no idea of knowing that at the time. What's really interesting is that there's a third alternative. If the stars are like our sun and have sizes seen in the telescope, then they have to be nearby, and therefore the Earth is not moving. But if the stars are really, really far away so that the Earth motion can't be seen, then the stars we're looking at in our telescope must not be suns. They must be something totally new and much bigger than our sun. And that indeed was what a lot of the people who supported Copernicus believed in. And they said, well, of course they're giant because they're in the farthest part of heavens, closest to God. You're thinking, because you've been told that, the Copernican system was opposed by the church because it denied God. No. In fact, the people who supported the Copernican system were using theology to support their idea. And the people who were opposing it were using the best science of the day, which just happened to be woefully inadequate. I'd mentioned, the epicycles and the circles within circles and the offset. Kepler, the guy who came up with the elliptical orbits, the basis of how we understand celestial mechanics now. The sun is at a focus. Every orbit might be oriented around in a different direction, but the sun is at the focus of every planet's orbit. What made Kepler realize that orbits were elliptical? You can actually read not only his books, but the letters he wrote to his friends. And what you find, Kepler's reason for adopting the elliptical orbits that we all know are right, he wrote this in a letter to a fellow named Herwart van Hardenberg, and it's quoted in this book, The Discovery of Kepler's Laws. Kepler was a theologian who believed that the universe mirrored the nature of God. What's the most glorious thing in the universe? The sun. So that must be God the Father. As he writes, the center is the origin and the beginning of everything. The origin always has precedence, so clearly the center refers to God the Father. The light coming off of the sun is the Holy Spirit. That was his theology. That was the theological reason why he thought the sun was at the center of the universe. But then he looks at Copernicus and he says, the sun is a little bit off center in order to make this work. That can't be right. The sun has to be in the center of everything, and it can't be not moving. So, in order to have a cosmology, let me get back here. In order to have a cosmology where God the Father could be at the center and not moving, he was forced to adopt ellipses where the focus of the ellipse was the non-moving place of God. In other words, the theory that we recognize now as the scientific revolution, the scientific idea that took us away from superstition, was in fact based on the crazy theological ideas that people like Kepler had. So if I can go back to my final slide here. The lesson for us as astronomers in the 21st century is that there's more than one explanation that might be possible to explain the data. When you look at dark energy and dark matter, and I know what the common understanding is, and it probably is the best understanding out there, but it's possible that there could be alternate theories of gravity that would give you the same result. People are working like mad trying to come up with alternate theories of gravity. They haven't come up with a good one yet. That's not to say it's not there. How you choose which cosmology you're going to pursue. I mean, say you're a really, really bright mathematician who wants to find an alternate theory of gravity. Why are you doing this? Why are you opening yourself up to the criticism of everybody else who says you're crazy? There's something inside you, whether it's your non-scientific assumptions, whether it's because it fits your idea of religion better, whether it fits your idea of your culture better, whether it's going to make you more famous than the other guy, and that's what's driving you. All of these non-scientific reasons operate. They don't necessarily control, but they operate in every one of us. And the way that we choose, I think this, I don't think that. And not only that, but every cosmology that we've had up to now has been shown to be insufficient. And that's a good thing. That means that we're always learning great things. And it is the science of today that shows that the science of today is inadequate. Because truly the goal of a good paper is to make itself obsolete. To be able to say, this is what we thought we knew. Here's something new. How are we going to deal with this? How are we going to understand this? And just because, Einstein's been around for 100 years doesn't mean he was right, because, Aristotle was around for 2,000 years. Aristotle was a heck of a lot better than what came before him. We wouldn't be where we are today without Aristotle. But ultimately, we realized that Aristotle was inadequate. And so, as people who love science, we have to not only be prepared for the fact that half of what we know is wrong and we just don't know which half yet, but we have to be the kinds of people who can take glory in saying, I've learned something new. The trick is to know when to say, wait a minute, I can still make the old theory work. Don't give it up too fast. And to be able to say, okay, time to move on. It's like playing poker. When do you hold and when do you fold? If there was a magic bullet, then we'd all be rich. But like poker, science and trying to make these guesses is a phenomenal joy, because not only is the universe that we see outside a lot of fun to look at, but understanding it is also a lot of fun to look at. And I'll stop my sharing there.
Wow. Okay, that was fantastic.
And it's all in the book. Go out and buy a couple of copies.
Go out and get the book. I put the link in the feed, and you can buy your own. Buy 3 copies, as the guy suggests. But I just want to say that your views on both religion and science are refreshing, and they are.
It's no fun if you don't start out by saying, I don't know.
Exactly.
Let's take a wild guess.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people want the comfort of thinking that they know everything,
Yeah.
And maybe they're a little terrified of that they're probably not right, about this.
Yeah.
So anyways, I really, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate that you came on to Global Star Party and shared this with us. And we hope to get you back on again in the future.
Okay. As you can tell, I get a kick out of sharing this stuff.
Yes, you do. Thank you so much. And,
Very nice
I want to give
presentation.
a great plug for visiting the Vatican Observatory. If you can get over to Italy and get to Castel Gandolfo, you're going to be utterly amazed at the history that's going on there, including the women computers that were calculating positions of the stars. All of this is just waiting for you. And really one of the most amazing meteorite collections you'll ever see anywhere is right there at the Vatican. So thank you so much.
We do modern science as well. We've got a guy working on quantum gravity right now, trying to work out how you mix, quantum theory and gravity, general relativity. It's great fun.
Wonderful. Okay.
Well, I've added something to my bucket list once again. So
yep, we got to get you over there.
Something to my bucket list once again. Yeah, I gotta go.
We got to get you.
Thank you.
Better my finances, then we can make it happen.
Thanks again.
And that'll be the plan. Thank you once again, brother guy.
Okay.
Okay. Our next speaker is Marcello Souza. Marcello is a cosmologist from Brazil, and he is also the editor of Skies Up magazine, and he is deeply involved in astronomy outreach, showing, thousands of young people the cosmos and all its wonderful aspects. He holds star parties where tens of thousands of people show up, and he was able to successfully create the first dark sky park in Brazil, and they are currently running a remote observatory there, and one of the nicest guys you'll ever hope to run into is Marcello Souza. Marcello, thank you very much for coming on Global Star Party.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Schwartz. It's a great pleasure to be here. And it's wonderful to see Dr. Guy here, brother Guy here. I had the opportunity to be with him many years ago during the Architect Star Party. You were there also, Scott. No?
Yes.
And it was a fantastic presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Guy, sorry, Brother Guy, for to be with us today. I I'll try to share my screen now, Scott, on a moment, because
Okay.
my computer sometimes don't want to help me.
Yeah.
But today, I think that everything will work
We
fine.
can forgive any mistakes or errors. It's no problem.
I think that now I have the opportunity to share. And I will show the events that you organize in January and some pictures that I had the opportunity to take using the observatory in observatory in Hawaii. I will try to share now. And we are preparing for us here in Brazil will be the most important astronomical event of the year. That will be the eclipse. I will share now the information. Can you see the screen?
It's coming.
What
Give
I
it a moment
did,
here.
sorry,
It's
I'm
okay.
waiting. Is okay?
You have to wait.
Is that? Okay, let me see if I can move here the slides. Okay, can you see the screen?
We're not seeing it yet, but give it a moment.
Uh,
Take a little time.
it just says it started, Marcello.
It started, but it's not. For me, it looks that it's
There we
okay.
go.
But
There it
Okay,
is.
there it is. It has finally come.
okay, okay. First of all, a happy 2025 for everyone. Right, first time that I'm meeting all of you. This is an image of the events that's organized in 2024. We have organized a lot of events and we had the participation of almost 10,000 people in our events in 2024. And we had the opportunity to inaugurate our first remote observatory here. Here was the presentation that I did. I and our group I had the opportunity to organize an event during the summer here. We are in summer here. It is very hot, and our vacations here in Brazil is in January. I had the opportunity to organize this event, and you had a special participation that I had two ETs that participated. Now we are using these ETs during our presentations here in Brazil. And here, also my daughter helped here. I have to participate as a ET during the event. And I had the opportunity to see the sun here with a telescope that was donated by Stephen Hamilton. Our event here, this is the Reserva Caruara. That's a very special place here, where is located the observatory. Is in front of the ocean. And this was the event that we organized last Saturday in another beach here. We stayed there from from near the end of the afternoon until the 10 p.m. Observing the sky. And we began the event observing the sun. You can see the beach here. I have a lot of people that participated. They arrived there with their families to look with us. And this was the first part of the event this Saturday. And here is another member of our astronomy club here, Robson. And this was a fantastic image that showed the kids that was there with their family. And we had the opportunity to make a presentation for the pub that was near the beach. And after the presentation, we had organize an observation of the planets because everybody was talking about the alignment of the planets and they organized an event. A lot of people participate. I had the opportunity to see Venus, Jupiter and Jupiter, Mars only with naked eye, and Saturn was very down and it wasn't possible to see. But you saw Venus and Jupiter and also objects of the deep sky because you had the unistellar there and you had the opportunity to show some objects. Here we were looking Venus here near the beach because it was the position that I had to see Venus. And now the big event inside with Jupiter and the objects of deep sky. A lot of people participated. We have a lot of lights near, but we had conditions to see the planet. Here is Jupiter. I was pointing to Jupiter. And this was our last event. We received a lot of, here is M42, the Great Orion Nebula in the Unistellar. And this was a fantastic experience. Yeah, a part of it. And now I will show some images that I had the opportunity to take using, this is the McDonald's Observatory 1-meter telescope. This is the Rosy Galaxy. That is a fantastic image. Here was the Fireworks Galaxy, also from the McDonald's Observatory. I had the opportunity to use these telescopes to take some images in the spirit, and it was a fantastic experience. This is the NGC 1532, NGC 31998. Now what I love that is the Horsehead Nebula. That for me is a fantastic object. This is Messier 101. This is from Las Cumbres Observatory, the observatory in Hawaii that you used. This is the NGC 253 and NGC 3372. Antenna Galaxy. This is the South African Observatory from Las Cumbres Observatory in Hawaii. And here is something that I'm working now. I took this image of a small part of the moon, and I'm trying to find all the craters. I'm learning from the presentation of Robert Reeves, and this I located the craters, and then taking other pictures of the moon. This is M101 with a bigger telescope now. This was a live experience that I had the opportunity to take. This is NGC 3198, another NGC 5907. This is another one that is NGC 3628. And today I had the opportunity to take some fantastic images. I'll try to show if the computer allow me to show. This is M90, M109, M74, and now the image that I took today. This is my favorite image. That's M51. I took this image today from this telescope in Hawaii, and it was 3 different images in red, green, blue, and with these 3 images, I had this color image. This is M63,
Wow.
I took today also. This is M98. This is a fantastic project from the Falks telescope.
Very nice.
That is from Las Cumbres Observatory that allow us to use the telescope live. This is M106 and this is M64. And now we are preparing, organize everything for the observation of the eclipse here. That will be our biggest astronomical event of the year. That for us will happen in March 14, from March 13 for March 14. For us will be during the night here. Here is the for us we can see all the eclipse. We are going to lose only the end of the partial eclipse, and we are from now organizing the event in many cities. I hope the weather help us, and this is how it works for us. Here will be the middle of the night. It will begin here in 3:26 a.m. on March 14. We'll be in the middle of the night, and we are going to be there until the begin, until the sunrise. Will be for us another experience because we are now talking with the security to be there to help us with the organization of these events because many people want to see with us with the telescopes, and we are preparing to go there to observe, and we need to organize from now. We are going to planning visits to schools. We already received many invitations to go to schools to help them to be prepared for the eclipse observation. Now, let us see what will happen in March. But we are preparing for now. This for us will be the biggest astronomical event here in the Southern Hemisphere. And we are also organizing our international meeting, the 7th International Meeting of Astronomy and the Astronauts. I hope you can participate, Scott. I hope you can visit again this
I
year.
would love to go down again, but at the very
You'll be
least, I can
you'll
be
be
there
very
virtually.
welcome here.
Yes.
And we have some confirmation, right? That is Gabe Gabriel will be here.
Oh wow. Okay.
Alejandra from Costa Rica will be here also. She is the pioneer of one of the pioneers of astronomy in Costa Rica. Edgar Castro, that is the pioneer of astronomy in Guatemala. He confirmed the participation. Alejandro Sommer, that is director of the Dark Sky in Argentina. Fernando Fabiani, that is the director of Dark Sky in Uruguay. And Julio Fábio, that is from Brazil, that he works with cosmology near us here. And we are waiting other confirmations for the participation of the event. All of you are invited to be here with us here in Brazil. You'll be very welcome. The event I have from April 10 to April 12. And we are organizing many activities and many special workshops and the lectures during the events with the participation with the population, with the students, with the teachers. And I hope you can participate, Scott. I hope you will be very welcome.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
And this is our homepage of the events. This is what I organized for today. Thank you very much, Scott, for the invitation. Now in Brazil, it is after midnight.
After
We are
midnight.
60 minutes after midnight here in Brazil. We have 3 hours of difference from you.
Wow. So it's time to get some rest, Marcello.
Yeah. But I'm yet in vacations. January in Brazil is the time of schools are closed. And then classes will only begin in February.
I see.
And my university class will only begin March, after Carnival in March. Because here in Brazil, the year only begin after Carnival. And
After
Carnival this
Carnival.
year will happen at the end of February, the beginning of March. Then classes will begin February, but the students knows that everything will only happen after Carnival. This is a long holiday here in Brazil, but we are working. Yeah, last week we begin to work. You have many things to do because we organize the eclipse, we organize activity in
All right.
schools, we
Education
organizing.
never stops. You're always working. So
Yeah,
I
we
know.
are doing activities on the beach. We are doing what's possible here. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to
Thank
be
you
here.
very much, Marcello. Thank you. That's great. Okay. All right. So we are getting close to the end, folks, but we still have a couple of speakers to go. Our next speaker is Adrian Bradley. Adrian makes those beautiful nightscapes that we ooh and ah at. And let me underline awe because his sense of composition and lighting and what the elements that he's trying to capture and portray. I have a background in photography, and I have a good sense of when I'm seeing something that's done very, very well. And Adrian's nailing it. So, Adrian, thank you very much for coming on to Global Star Party again.
Yes, I
And you've
appreciate
got
it.
the
And yes,
stage with
I
that
am wearing
Adrian.
my Yankee gear because
your
I'm the
Yankee
setup
gear.
guy. And if you bring John in, he's the closer. You're going to notice a similarity in
Well,
how we are.
let's see what you guys look side by side here.
So
Here we go.
we are the I'm the setup man, he's the closer. So
Yeah.
first I will go to my presentation.
Okay.
And I will I'm bringing back the Chasing Dark Skies presentation. Let's see. First, I have to start it, and I got to see if it'll work.
I'd like to
And if
tell you,
I'm,
Adrian, that your lighthouses light up my life. They are so good.
I appreciate that, John.
They
All
are
right, let's see if I
spectacular.
can do this. And next, share the screen. I got to figure out what screen I am sharing. That one. All right. Now my machine is moving slow, but can everybody see a slideshow that is struggling hard to try and start? And now do you see my
There we
screen?
go. It came out.
All right.
It's like watching a print
So this
develop.
is it. We're going to do another theme of chasing dark skies, explore scientific global star party 165 beyond the horizons. So this is going to be a discussion of these images. I always appreciate, the kind words and the images. And if you ask me, most of it is I stare at the sky before I figure out how I want to share it and then present it. But tonight, we want to go beyond the horizon of a simple image. What astro imagers, what can we do to move beyond, see more of our images, use more of our images? For instance, Kareem was here. I think Dr. Kareem Jaffer, right? Or has
Yep.
he gotten his doctorate?
Yes.
Dr. Kareem Jaffer, or he uses one of the images that I have as outreach. And to me, that is awards are not the highest praise of an image. The fact that it teaches someone else about the night sky is the highest reward I take from any of my images. And, believe it or not. And so, when we image, there are things that we're doing here. We're imaging what we see beyond Earth's horizon. And then going beyond old horizons, we image sometimes depending on our money. We image in the same places over and over again and try different ways to present them. Sometimes we're able to travel and then use the techniques we come up with to image in a different location and then see what we get. And then maybe there's something we've imaged that we don't realize is actually there's more to it than what we actually image. So, starting we do compositions like this, which I think this is a fairly popular one on the internet, you've got kind of a rock formation in the Milky Way coming out of it. For 4 seconds, someone will say that's a real great image. But to me, they provide links to our existence within the rest of the universe. And I start talking about links. And to do that, you know, we're talking about seeing beyond the horizon. And so, there's a horizon here. I'm setting up the scene. Nautical twilight begins an hour before sunrise on March 4th, 2022, which is when I took this image. And you'll see it in better detail in a minute. Here's Venus rising here. Now, as a photographer, if all I want to do is take a pretty picture, I'm upset right now because clouds got in the way. There's a galactic center coming in, and there's all these clouds.
I like
And
it.
I really wanted that galactic center. I still think it's a beautiful picture, 2 years, 2 years and counting later. I actually like this picture. But if I really wanted to see the galactic center, I'm more concerned about that and how it may have ruined the composition. It might not have, but I'm thinking that. Um, there's a region up here I wanted to find, and for some reason I can't anymore. There is a triangle with Alpha Ophiuchus, Alpha Hercules, and Kappa Ophiuchus. And I know that they show up. I think they show up here, and that's why I can't see it. The images are truncated. But let's go back to the idea of horizon. It's May 10th, 2024. You're taking a nautical twilight test shot because you heard that aurora was going to be in the area, or we were going to be able to see the aurora. And where you happen to be, you can see this horizon here. This is looking back at that location that I was at when I took the other image. So the one cool thing about looking here, there's a horizon. You want to go beyond the horizon, sometimes you can go physically beyond the horizon. Let's go to the next slide. And here's the full image. You're seeing streams of aurora already showing up. The moon's up here. And after I get through with the slideshows, I can click on the full images. You can see the full images here. But yeah, there's streams of aurora coming down. And then later on, this would happen. And now the sky is awash. As it got dark enough that you find out the sky is awash in color. And once again, the horizon. This is south of Lake Huron. The other images that I showed were along the thumb of Michigan on the east side. Well, the thumb of Michigan, is right here. So this was a literal example of going beyond the horizon. You take an image in another location, and that location has something to do with an image you've taken before, or we'll go and take again. You're seeing Lake Huron from a slightly different perspective, but when you look that way, you know that you're looking back at a location beyond this horizon where you once stood, and then it's back and forth. So that's one way to extend your horizons, is to literally extend the horizon. Now let's talk about a cosmic example, and here I was able to label them. I'm trying to do a Milky Way image. A plane flies through it, and I'm upset that a plane has spoiled the shot, and I kind of missed the leading line thing here anyway. And if I stop at the photography aspect of this, I probably scrap this image. But if I look at it from the standpoint of an astronomer, and I learned that Alpha Ophiuchus, Alpha Hercules, and Kappa Ophiuchus form a triangle, there's something special to us that is now flying, is left our solar system, and is in this area of the night sky. And when it took this picture, as reprinted from BBC Online, this is the other side of that. Now, by this time, does it see the pale blue dot? I would bet probably not. There's probably so small it would not show up if the cameras were to fire out. But think about this. This is the Voyager 1 craft as it was flying away from Earth, taking a picture of the entire solar system. This little thing is Earth. Anytime you do a Milky Way photo with this region in it, you are taking a bookend. You're taking the other side of what Voyager sees. That's Earth, and that's us from Earth. This part of the night sky, where this part of the Milky Way is, and these three stars are, for don't know how many um, years, thousands of years. Looking at this part of the sky means you're looking at the other side of the pale blue dot image. You're looking out towards where Voyager 1 is. And of course, Voyager 1, we call it an ain't no object because we figure there ain't no way you can just get a telescope and track it from here. So, it's in this area. Good luck actually seeing it. That means Milky Way photos that have Ophiuchus, that part of Ophiuchus and Hercules, are essentially connected. Every one of those pictures is connected to the pale blue dot image if you think of it that way. That makes any Milky Way image from that galactic core a lot more significant than just being a picture. So those are the things I try and find because it's these images can be nice, but in order for them to last longer than the 4 seconds that we take them, there's got to be some sort of significance. And so, we try and find that significance. So going beyond our old horizons to new horizons in new images. Now, this is more of a figurative crossing the horizons. We've always done images a certain way. We've always done landscape images. Well, is there a way that we can, let's do that in new locations, not necessarily directly across the horizon, learning the differences in dark sky locations and how we can use that for our imaging. We try new tools and techniques so we don't stay static with we don't stay static. Either we get more angles of what we're imaging, or we track what we're imaging, or we try a different way of imaging it and see what detail it brings out. And then for aurora hunters, you image even if you see nothing. Let's talk about some examples of this. I'll go back because I never did explain what this is. Well, we all know it is the Pleiades. This was a 4-minute exposure at the Dark Sky Park with a lens I would commonly call a wildlife lens. I have a Star Adventure GTI that tracks really well. I got it one image at 4 minutes unguided just to see what I would get, and aimed it at the Pleiades, about a 350 millimeter image. So this has been cropped down from what the original image was. And when I processed it, I found that in one frame, 4 minutes, cannot remember. I think the ISO is 800 for those that are interested. 800 ISO, f5.6 was the aperture, and it was a 4 minute, 4 minutes on a Canon 6D and a Sigma 150 to 600 millimeter contemporary lens, a birding lens. I ended up with more detail than I'd gotten out of the Pleiades in past attempts. One frame. So what would the goal be? Well, get 100. And then, then we start to, this, which is blotchy with only one image, 400, stack them, process them, and who knows what we might get. So I consider this a pretty good start. This is me, learning and trying new tools, kind of jumping to number 3. Well, let's go through the new locations. These are 2 different locations and 2 different parts of the Milky Way. I always come on Global Star Party and say, shoot something other than that galactic center, even though there's a lot of significance in what goes on near our galactic core and in that northern bulge. But the Cygnus region here, which you have North American Nebula here, um, over the Asaba River in Michigan, notice the sky colors. Capulan Volcano National Monument, New Mexico, and there's Andromeda, and there's M33, double cluster, heart and soul, a few other things that I swore I would learn. I think that Murphac cluster, big cluster that we heard at the beginning of Global Star Party, is down here. So, or is it? You know what? I'll look that up to make sure I've got that right. Cassiopeia, double cluster. So yeah, that's the large, I think it's called Malat 110. So not only taking these images to, as far as composing them, and you have the night sky, you have the different colors because of the different locations. Capulan, New Mexico is darker than northern lower Michigan here, Glenny, Michigan, where the Asable is. When you look up, you can still see you see roughly the same number of stars. The human eye has its limitations. The background color, naked eye, looks a little different. And my goal is always to pick that up with the camera and not I use the same camera, same I don't think I used the same tracker. This one was stacked. I did use some tracking for this one to get more detail in the Milky Way. So here are some of these wide field images. This one of the whole of Orion, but not a lot of frames. I ended up going with another six 5-minute frames. It's either 4 minutes or 5 minutes. I'll have to look at the EXIF data to get this data to get this. Now you've seen Orion images with incredible detail with the intergalactic cirrus that is through here. Of course, that's the Rosette. The Orion Nebula, which you see here, Running Man, NGC 1977. A little bit of the Witch Head popped out here. Again, this is Black Mesa, Oklahoma. Dark skies, not so dark skies, but these are bright. This nebula is bright, causing a horse head to pop out in the flame with Alnitak. There's some galactic cirrus here, but it would take a lot more time and data, a lot more time to gather more data to pull all of this out. Plenty of wonderful astrophotographers have put hundreds of hours into this region, and so they have even more of the detail surrounding the Orion Nebula. And the other thing you do with images like this is you take varying exposures to combine so that you can get data from the data you can get from a lower amount of light coming through, data from more light, and then data from blowing everything out and getting as much of the faint detail. Putting all of that together is a part of the process that you try and learn. Maybe not so much for night sky images. And a note for those of you that like aurora, if you're between the 43rd and 45th parallel, any given night, point it towards the north and see if there's some aurora on the horizon. That's exactly what happened here. And I wanted to give a shout out. There are a number of astroimagers here in Michigan that do a fantastic job doing imaging and chasing the aurora. The two I'll mention tonight, Mary Beth Kaczynski and Melissa Kalin. Yep, Melissa Kalin. I had to pull the book out to make sure. These two have chased aurora, taught imaging aurora. I had the chance to listen to the talk for Melissa Kalin, who wrote a book below the 45th parallel. For all your aurora chasers, what you do is take a test shot and aim north. Digital cameras, mine is 12 years old, and even older cameras can do this. And nowadays, smartphones are picking up the colors of aurora. The newer ones, the newest of the Samsung or the LGs, any new smartphone that has come out, whether it's Android or iPhone. I think iPhone, starting with the 16, has improved some of their what you can capture with it. And so I aimed north here, not seeing any of this or any of this color. Decided I wanted the Big Dipper, and I wanted this part of the Milky Way. This part of the Milky Way may not have come out as well, but to my surprise, I had this color green, pinkish, aurora, basically aurora. And you can just tell by the color and the difference, the sky glow being a little more bluish green, the darker reds, which to this point, I don't know if that's actually just a part of the aurora that was going on. None of this was visible in the night sky except these clouds. You could see the dark silhouettes of these clouds. But when the 30-second image was over, the sensors on the camera had picked up the aurora. And so I ended up with an image with one of the only images I can think of where I've done both aurora and sky glow. And this was 2022, I believe. So kind of a precursor to the sun becoming active again. Here you have both forms of solar activity, radiation in the upper atmosphere that charge these particles, and now they're glowing, along with the magnetic, the CME that got thrown Earth's way and had interacted with the atmosphere further in the distance. You could see the aurora that caused, both at the same time. It's a pretty remarkable image, and it was not an image I planned. So, trying new things, never be afraid to do things like point your camera north if you like aurora, point your camera towards the Milky Way, even if there's clouds coming. Try different things with the images and see what you get. I did also want to mention once again, you got M33 here. M31's blocked. In the full image, you can see the light from M51, and depending on how much time I have left, I should probably look. We'll hurry up and give this to the closer soon. So we'll go the last few slides here. We're going beyond our photography horizon, and we're going to start looking deeper into these images. What are we actually capturing here? And is there more significance to what's there than we may have expected? When we first took the image, we were looking for one thing, but if we look deeper, we may find another. We kind of went through this with that, the Voyager probe, but there are other hidden gems in the Milky Way that when we research what goes on in some of these regions in the night sky, we can learn that there's a lot more than just simply seeing the Milky Way in its glory. There's, the science that's been done in some of these regions, and we may capture images showing the regions where some of this science has been done. And so once more, we'll go, with this night sky image here. We're at the Okie-Tex Star Party. We talked about what it's like to be at star parties. 2024, we're Camp Billy Joe. This is the scene. You've got the mesas, everyone with the equipment. And now when I first looked at this image close up, I saw that the stars were dashes. So what? I'm upset, and this tracker's not working. I've been giving it a chance. It won't work. My other good tracker was off doing something else, and it was kind of frustrating, but there is something else interesting that can be salvaged from an image. And the fact that it's still the way it looked here, to me, it's a non what's the word, modified. This is a stock camera here. So let's talk about what's in some of this region. Here's some close-ups I did, different camera, and this is a close-up of this image. The sweeps region is right here. This is the Sagittarius window eclipsing extrasolar planet search. Before Kepler, we looked for exoplanets in this region, this part of the Milky Way. Galactic center goes around here. That's the center of our galaxy through all the dust and particles here. Not far, maybe a degree and a half from that, where the galactic center is in our, directional field of view, is where this scientific search for exoplanets transit method, because this was such a there was no dust to block the view of all the stars in this area, and it was likely thought, there's got to be a planet around something out there. Let's go, this gives us our best opportunity because there's so many stars. It's so dense here in this part of the galactic center. And then UI Scuti, the constellation of Scutum is in the part of the Milky Way. We've got M17 here. It's off screen, but we'll get to it. So this star happens to be UI Scuti, and this, the largest known star in our galaxy, a red supergiant. You can see the color of it here. I forget this. This is a star with, these are two stars that belong to Scutum, but I cannot remember. I think this is Gamma Scuti right here. And I forget the designation of this. I think it's got a long, that has a long designation. And this is a stretched image of M16, Messier 16, the Eagle Nebula, where the pillars of creation are imaged. When you image this a lot closer with bigger equipment and you focus on it and get data in it, it's the pillar of creation. And it would have been worth finding an image and popping it up here. But let's talk about this image. So this is the night sky image. I've cropped it in, and you're looking at composition. Nothing wrong with that. You're looking at, if I crop this off a bit, and you're looking at it and saying, this might be a pretty good image in and of itself. But I zoomed in and realized I had a dash here with this color, and it's in the right location. I've actually imaged the largest star known to us in the galaxy at the time without even trying. It's a wide field image, and UI Scuti appears, if you zoom far enough, in the wide field image. So along with all the other little hidden gems here, there's no telling what you're actually imaging and what you're actually seeing, even with a wide field lens. And if you were to do no tracking, you could still, especially when it's dark, you still get all of this information. We call it data, but you're getting light from the largest known star in our galaxy to this point. Will we find another one bigger than UI Scuti? We probably will. The red supergiant the photosphere would extend past the orbit of Mars if we decided to place this little dash where our sun is. It wouldn't be a dash, and we would regret that decision pretty quickly, putting UI Scuti where our sun is. And then as far as the sweeps region, it shows up this little brightening here in this part of the Milky Way galaxy is the sweeps region, and I marked the galactic center this time. There's a crazy horse. There's the sweeps region. Any image of the galactic center tends to have this area brighter, like this area here. Body's window comes down here. Sweeps region is here. Tends to be a little brighter than the other regions. I've seen this image, this part taken down. but I leave it here because it's that bright for a reason. It's bright like that in real life, and there's an important scientific study done in that region. So finding more significance in a simple image, it goes beyond our, notion of making a great image. Those great images can inspire you to want to look up, and that's important. But from an astronomical point of view, I should say an astronomy point of view, these images can demonstrate far more than just the image side of it. There's some deep things we can do. And real quick, there's this image which I love, which is it's a Milky Way image in a creek bed at Black Mesa where we have dinosaur tracks. I looked it up. What tracks are those? Found out they were Allosaurus tracks. And with the right image where you've got something this ancient, 150 million years ago, no sign of human existence. If you're devoid of human existence, I noticed this little roadway here, so maybe not so much as I thought, but you can let your imagination wander and stand there and look at the sky, which will have changed a little bit from now, but not so much. We're 30,000 light years away. These were laid 150 million years ago. 30,000 years for light to travel from this part of the galaxy, the center of the galaxy. There may be some subtle differences that the dinosaurs would have seen. I don't imagine they'd be much different. The sky would be still very much full of stars, even if the ones closer to us may not have shown up, or maybe they were there, depending on how old those stars are. If the stars weren't 150 million years old,
It's not very old for a
they
star,
would
but
be there, or they would have moved. They're
it's
in a different
possible.
location, waiting 150 million years to move to the locations they're at now. And there's
I
the image
imagine it
right
looked
here.
very much like that all those years ago.
So did I, Scott. So do I. And
It's like
that's
you're stepping back
that's
into
the
time.
magic of an image like this. It's why I like it so much, because
Yeah.
this isn't I didn't really take this just to be a postcard of Black Mesa as it is now. I took it and imagined if I'm standing there, let's say the dino is way over here, and I mean it probably still would smell me. So you could imagine some nightmarish scenarios of an Allosaurus coming back,
Oh
and then
man.
there'd be more tracks here, and
Yeah.
if you didn't go back into time with any kind of a defense weapon or something, then your bones would be over here or wherever this Allosaurus ended
Sure.
up.
You would have been his dinner.
Um, there's the the imagination can go way wrong. So I recommend you just stop at a point in time and say, if safely, I show up, I see an Allosaurus in the distance, I see the night sky very much like it is now, and we know our sun was in existence, so the sky glow may still be there as well, depending on if it was active at the time. In fact, there's probably more sky glow, since our sun was more than likely, it was in the main sequence, but more than likely active. And so with that,
Would have had
expanding the horizon of our images to represent more than just the pixels on the screen. Human meaning matters. How we look at these things matter. And so at the end of this, I used two more bookending images. This again, Port Sanilac, Michigan, and there's the full galactic line I was hoping for earlier. I finally did get it, but not at the time of day I wanted. And this is me looking at the aurora. Once again, these horizons are bookends of each other. So are these. This is looking out into Saginaw Bay, and this is looking back south. So this is looking north in the Saginaw Bay, and this is looking south the Saginaw Bay. Where we're standing here and looking in this direction, and we're looking back towards where I'm standing here when taking this image. And with that, Scott, I'm going to stop sharing and turn it back over because
All
I'm
right.
sure my closer's tired of throwing in the bullpen, and it's time for him to come out. So the
I like
closer
it. I like
with
his
his
neon green
I'm just wearing
cap.
Yankees. He's wearing
I
a
want to
cooler.
tell you,
He's got the right stuff on. That's why
those
he's the closer.
visitors came
It's
back
fun.
as
It's
dinosaurs a
fun.
long time ago.
What's
Yeah.
that?
And
No, beyond
that image
horizons,
puts you right back in that spot.
anything is possible.
That's
You
true.
never know.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
All right. Well, once again,
Thank you very
Scott,
much,
thank you for
Adrian.
having me on.
Thank
And
you.
I will be just hanging out in the background, listening
Okay.
to John take it home. John, floor's all yours, man.
I
Looking
am
forward to it.
in a deep Milky Way, crystal clear night. Beautiful. It's beyond my
Excellent.
horizon, naturally. But
Yeah, naturally. That's right.
I know we got to move this thing along because I do have quite a few pictures.
Okay. All right.
So I'm gonna
It's all yours.
started.
It's all
Hopefully
yours.
I can get this relatively quicker.
For those of you who have not experienced John Schwartz before, he is a gifted artist and a very dedicated astronomer. He likes big Dobsonians, and when I say big, I'm talking about mirrors in excess of 20 inches, and but he also likes other types of telescopes as well. I think he still uses one of our refractors, and but he loves nature, and he is an extremely enthusiastic astronomer, and so.
I want to say when it comes to planetary work and lunar work, especially, the 6-inch is my choice of weapon. It takes me over the horizon beyond and right to the surface of the moon. It shows amazing crystal clear details. That's what's so nice about a refractor is there's no central obstruction, and usually they have very good contrast. So especially open clusters and even, planets and the moons are good things to look at. But let's move it along. So, we're on this planet Earth and we're looking out and trying to figure out where our, next move should be. So obviously you would think it's out there, the final frontier, space. So we use our telescopes for now because we're, landlocked to the Earth, most of us. We'll go to star parties and just check out the beautiful Milky Way where it's not so light polluted and you can really see some amazing things. And it allows you to go even further out into space and learn things and see things. Star parties are the prime place to do it and
It's one of those
really
big telescopes.
excite the public. That I think that one's my 28, but I do have a 30-inch as well. Here's another star party at Mount Pinos. Just look at the beautiful Milky Way, and we're up there doing exactly that. We're expanding our horizons and trying to figure it out. From having these instruments that get you even closer to where you want to be to learn. There's the 30. That's a big one. F5 with Andromeda. We were up pretty late that night. So, you go and try to see as far as you can. So with the big scopes, you can see M16 and actually see the pillars. This is a pretty good idea of what a sketch would show you. But we want to see more. So now we do another version using some, photos that I've created by myself with a little help from Mirko. The astrophotos of the pillars right there. So now we're even getting further to understanding. There's the actual crop of what Mirko and I did through the 28 compared to Hubble. Then look at James Webb. I mean, it's taken it to a whole new level.
It's wild.
Look at that detail inside. It's just reaching for the stars. It's unbelievable.
Looks furry.
Yeah.
Right.
This was, just the constellation Orion. You start out looking outside, looking up, and there's clouds. Here's a beautiful vista. When you have the clouds and the diffusion, or even non-tracking, the color of the stars actually comes out. So you get these wonderful colors. So I tried to portray that in this sketch, basically looking through some small binoculars or the 80 millimeter telescope. Now we want to go a little further. So that's just another sketch of Orion. And then there's a photograph that really shows, the wispiness of the gas and the formation. We're really getting closer. If you want to look at the James Webb picture, that's as close as you're going to get. It's pretty close. Unless you want to go there. Comets, they're cruising around for millennia, and then they just come into our solar system and warm up. Those are like little modules that go back into time. If you could take all the elements in those comets, and you would find the early building blocks of our solar system. First one was coming in, this was going out. That was a cool effect out of the clouds one night. Thought it was interesting, a little bow wave happening. We even want to look at the moon. This is what that refractor is so good at. You can't get a better instrument for that. Just mind-blowing when you put a camera, which you can see. You wouldn't believe it. These are sketches. That was a stippling technique to try to get a granular effect. Moon in the clouds, Adrian. By the way, that picture, Adrian, was unbelievable. The aurora with the moon and on the lake and the shine, it really had a feel. I've never seen anything like it. And it was raining colors, man. That was such a great picture.
It absolutely was. And it was absolutely what I saw that night. And I had a new, much like I have a lot of appreciation for this Mars moon occultation you're showing right now.
Yes, these are,
I have
this
a
was
lot of
the first one.
appreciation for Aurora that night too. This is a beautiful image.
That's a sketch, by the way. That's my hyper realist version of the first one. This is the second one. We had 80-mile-an-hour winds. It was terrible. And it was just blowing really hard. So I had to bring the scope in the shed, and I was able to actually view out and get the sketch. See how it goes through?
Right.
I tried to show motion. A little closer view. Now we have to kick it up a notch and go to hyper realism. This was the other day. I wanted to see the comet, and I look outside, and I have polarized glasses. When I turned my head a certain way, these clouds, they were showing rays of light, and the bottom clouds were connected.
Because of the polarization of the
lenses. But that's a cool sketch right there. Look at the spectral little hues in there, and the disc. Maybe I went a little overboard, but I couldn't help myself.
Drawing is also, expressive of the feelings. It's like touching the keys of a piano, and
You know, Van
that
Gogh, I might
expression
be related.
has to come
Some
out. What's
I
that?
haven't.
Well,
Well, I haven't
I've
cut my
seen the
ear off
moon look
yet.
exactly like that when it's a heavy cloud cover. That's exactly what it does. It'll shine through
Yeah,
and light up all of those clouds in that
and they're
area. So
spectral.
that isn't too
Huge.
far off.
Yeah, you get that, Adrian. That's amazing. Like this is really a sad like picture, but a good picture. It's hope. So we had these horrible fires. I mean, terrible. That's why I'm still hoarse. I love Mr. Ed, but that's not why. Actually, the smoke inhalation from all these fires has really got me pretty good. But this is Mars. If you look close, there's just a ever tad of detail, and that's Pollux and Castor. Those are the only things visible in the sky in that horrible fire cloud. This was a galaxy, M106. Now I'm trying to get more detail as the 30-inch works and the 32. But you can only imagine trying to get there. And that's what I try to do in my drawings is get you there, like you're there looking at, so there's a lot of imagination that can go in. It depends what you're portraying. If it's an actual IP sketch, you have to do an actual IP sketch. But if you're doing something more, it's something more. This was M13. So I just did this and posted it. This is one of my best. Look at all those stars that I had to sketch in there. In the propeller, it's like dimensional.
Yeah, I noticed you got it.
Look at that one. That's the colorized with all the different color stars. You know how many days that took? My wife, if she ever found out how much time, I'd be in big trouble. But I wanted to have it.
She's not watching this right now.
She's watching it
She
right
never
now.
watches that. I know I'm okay. She could care less. It's okay though. Everybody has different passions.
That's true.
I'm into deep space. These are new, a style that I'm doing for the cloudy nights. That's the Ring Nebula. I'm trying to nail the color. So that's in Lyra constellation.
Yeah,
The
are you
dumbbell.
looking at? No, the dumbbell looks really nice. It's coming along really nice.
The wings.
For the ring, are you looking at like drawing those extra layers that were blown off of it?
Yeah, I mean,
focusing
you
on the
typically don't see that unless you're at like Border 1. This one I'm proud of.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, the blinking nebula,
Blue snowball.
NGC 6826 in the constellation Cygnus. Check this out. It never blinks in my telescope. I can't figure that out. Maybe because
the
it's
blinking
30
nebula
inches.
is what that. Okay.
But
when I first saw that drawing, John, I thought it was the blue snowball. It's
no,
not.
I have that.
Blinking. Cool.
The skull. There's the skull nebula. This is a new one. NGC 40. It's here with us now. Notice the color. It's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a cool one? NGC 40.
Cool one.
You can see
NGC 40.
red. It's reddish. Now we'll close with some moon shots of my good little buddy, Boss. This is a blanket I got for Christmas.
Daddy's little alien.
You see it? You see the thing?
He got the brains on the outside of his skull.
Of
That's
course,
good.
There it
all
is.
aliens do. That's the dead giveaway
Or-
right there.
Remember, look, they're out there.
Mm-hmm.
The aliens.
We might be them, right? I don't know.
Yeah, we
Supposedly.
might.
I think
There was
it's
one picture I missed. I don't know what happened. I must not have. I'd like to show you if I can do it. It was special for Adrian, but I don't know why it didn't show up.
Probably screwed it up somehow
I
on my
probably
end.
didn't.
I don't know what I did.
Here it is.
You
For
found it.
you, Adrian.
Oh, yeah,
nice.
okay. Yes.
Right?
That's nice.
I is only flattery. And we both see the same things.
I
when it
love the
comes to some of
clouds
the
and
images.
your new aurora stuff is next level. I haven't seen the combinations of events that you're getting. It's just stellar. It's amazing.
Yeah, you have to be careful in because the goal is always to make it accurate. I mean, the
Right.
sky really was that colorful, and the moon really did look like that. So you do the composite, everything. I want everything to look, just be slightly, basically hypervision, as in you might see a little more of the purples or the combining of color in the aurora, but
Yeah.
it
But
all of it was
you
there.
know,
We
mixing
try
that
not
in.
to. We try to add when we composite, we try to show what it really looks like. We try not to make the moon any bigger than it's supposed to be or highlight any one thing or no, that was it. And I was looking for my version of that image. I love that image. I wanted to.
Well, why don't you
I can't find it.
superimpose the core, get that core detail from another photo and get it in there, combine it
Yeah,
in a layer.
I got
Then you
okay.
could,
I found
I do a lot of
a
different
vertical.
stuff with now I've experimented with some crazy digital effects. I mean, I can't even believe the effects I'm getting here. This is almost like
Yeah.
a painting. Yet,
So yeah, this will be interesting for if you mind me taking the screen really quick.
oh, please. I want to see.
I'll send a request because I want to show. So I know where John got the image, the inspiration to draw that beautiful moon image. And I'm about to. So it isn't the wider angle one, but I found this one, and I think it
having the ability to see different things. It affects your bias in the way, but you change the way you see it, by the way that you did see it, the moon.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't share because you are, so but it's okay. It's what it is. It's essentially if you look at the image, this is the light from the moon creating that,
well, that's what I love.
Light going through the water.
Aurora
and
one.
I've got an image. I've got a couple
Let's
of
see if I can do
images
this.
that are.
Hold on.
How about that aurora with the moon casting the shadow? That's what I was super impressed. The reflection on the water.
We can. Let's see. Scott, I think is trying to do
try
some
to share
here.
now.
Okay. All
There we
right.
go.
I am sharing. So first, what I'll do is share the. So there's the moon image that this is there's the water, and then here's the moon. These are lights from a freighter. How I pulled this off, I think it took until the moon got this high in the sky. And I said, okay, the freighter's right there. And I took a few shots. The freighter moves quickly when you're trying to do
you got to move fast,
an
man.
impossible image like that. but I managed to get something like this. I mean, the we said something, Scott, at the beginning. I forget. I think David Eicher said we do these things not because they're easy, but because they're hard. And
Yes.
I take that to the type of imaging, especially with things like, well, the moon and then the
Sure.
sea below it.
Well, beyond your
Um,
horizon says a lot because you're honing your craft and you're constantly trying to get better to get you
yeah,
further into
especially if
that.
you have a lot of dirt and noise in your image.
Yeah.
But this is another version of that, clouds with the sun in it this time. And I just, these are the sunspots. These are the reason I needed to clean my lens and my sensor, because boy
The
was it
dust
dirty.
pumps get you.
That's, it's another, it's another way of trying something different. And then I wanted to find, oh goodness, it's the eclipses, of course, and we've seen those.
You know
And
what I want? I
here
should do.
go the aurora images. This is the image. There's another one here, but this is the image that I had in mind if I was going to, and of course it was part of the presentation. I was going to go for this image, and I wanted the earth shine of the moon to be a part of that image. And I did what I could to hang it properly in the spot. If you go closer, it gets to pixelating, and you can see blemishes. You can see some of the stars. You can see the
Oh, there it
sensor
is.
bugs.
Wow, that
But
is so
there's
incredible.
the image you're talking about. And yeah, that moon still did cast light over this part of the lake. But if you look close enough, you can see the colors of the bands of the aurora casting light. And
Yeah, I
these
love
weren't the
that.
only images I took. All of these images here. There's Dr. Brian Nottam. He will be at AstroCon. He's going to be doing a presentation. He and I love doing imaging like this. It was his suggestion we come out
Wow,
here and image this aurora.
that is
And it's
crazy.
going. All I had to do, and you can recognize this constellation right here. There's Cassiopeia right there, and there is Lyra Vega.
Wow, summer
Going all the way
triangles
back to
coming
my
up.
presentation, talking about getting more out of your images. When you can see the night sky, you start to read, what these things are.
Yeah,
Um, and so yeah, that was us. And
beautiful.
I tried to take a few pictures just to document the
Jeez.
event. The sky awash in color. Nothing captures that quite like this panorama. And I may revisit it because, yes, purple was there for real. These colors were real, but when I look at it, the high purple content, I'll have to maybe nudge the white balance a little bit and see if I can get it to be where, there were reds in here. It may well be. I mean, looking at the ground, the colors here, the sand and everybody were accurate. And I decided not to deal with the moon. This was like a 5 panel stitch panorama. And I just wanted to get that done and
It's
capture it.
amazing how that sharp
And
edge of the shadow defines the shorelines.
yeah.
Oh, that is
And to do
magical,
that, yeah,
man. Jeez, look at
you
that.
have to be sure you capture. And with
Wow.
Aurora, you don't, you can get starlight. Fast lenses are the key to doing that.
There's
Or
Cassiopeia in the
if
right on the corner, right?
Yeah,
The right side.
beautiful.
Looks
I think
like it.
so. Let me look for it. Is this? I know I've seen it. I was seeing it that whole
Like
time.
the
Did it
further right,
move
all the way
over?
over. There it looks like the
This is
W.
Delphinus
Okay.
right here, the dolphin. So, I don't know. I do believe this is Delphinus. You see these
Yeah,
four
right.
right there. So I think the summer triangle. So the summer triangle was here. The galactic center was back behind us. Scorpius
In
was
that
back behind
shot,
us.
you've combined, or is that just straight from the lens? And
This is a straight image.
that is really
I
good.
forget how long I took it, but I think
Wow.
a few seconds, so that because if you notice, the clouds are together here.
Yeah.
I did not composite this image because I said, this is, I want this image in with the lights being so bright. I did underexpose it a little bit. That's why it's got this look.
It almost looks
But
like you
I
painted
had
it.
to raise I had to raise some shadows here and there and to see all of this. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
bet.
that's
Good
fast
work.
becoming a favorite image that I should be showing more or, doing more with. And I'll stop sharing.
All
I
right.
have more moon pictures, but I know we're getting late. So, John, you and I could do this all day
Yeah.
with the things that we
We could brew
capture
some
and,
coffee and really get the party started. I could just
and
open
just
up. There's the
yeah,
guy.
we just talk
These
about,
sketches.
what we captured and just say, yeah, this is what I try and capture what I see, and so do you. You're out there, the subject of the night sky is beautiful on its own. I've always felt that my purpose in capturing it would be to highlight its beauty, not so much, get so enamored with the processing that yes, my stamp is on the image, but I didn't want that to be the focus. I wanted what was in the image to be the focus, and I'm pretty much just the messenger for that. So that's always the focus of each image, whatever I use, whatever settings, and if there's time to experiment, it's so that I can highlight what's there and share that. And if everyone likes it, that's wonderful. I also wanted to inspire more so I want to inspire folks to look up. I mean, we always say that, right? Well, we want folks to want them to want to, wonder, well, where's this place that you're at? And can we go to this place, or how would we get there? And you know, and if I do enhance the Milky Way a little bit so it looks like the place is darker than it really is, then I try and explain that and say, I used, longer exposure here. I drew it out more in processing because I wanted to see what this place would look like if it was darker, or, whatever the purpose was.
This year,
And
everything's going to look so amazing because in 2025, I'm going to go live. That means I'm going to be bringing some live views.
I like that.
But not only that,
that's why you're our closer, John.
yeah,
You are the
I've got
closer.
some magic coming. My skills have really taken off just from experimentation and having time. Wife's been out of town a lot lately, so I've tried to take care of the honeydew list and my list.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is your list right here.
But giving back and doing it is the greatest pleasure of all. Because for me, it's what drives me and pushes me and makes me want to keep putting stuff out like you're there, getting you there, with the big scopes and just the imagination and exploring and going beyond your normal horizon, because every day is another opportunity to take your game up one little step, adding whatever.
Scott, I told you there was no telling. We're
It's
back
late,
together
though.
at
We
the
gotta
end of
let
Global
Scott
Star
go.
Party. We could be here till 4 a.m. So
I'm driven by passion and
mute one of us, or take it back, because I know we can't
passion,
be here all
baby.
night.
It's hobby.
But
And
John, it's great to see you again, buddy.
You
keep
too, my
doing
man.
what you're doing. I'll keep doing what I'm doing. In addition to adding writing to that, I'll keep working on, what is it I want to write about, and and work on that and go from there. And that's the plan.
Awesome. Well, this has been a real nice one. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate everyone tuning into this, and time to say good night.
Have a good night, John. I'll do the same. Scott, your microphone keeps being on mute again, so make sure so we can hear you one last time before we run off.
All right. Good night. Good night, everyone. And keep looking up. Take care.
See you soon.